Lenny, you must have like great printers. I have a really awesome printer. I have two awesome printers. I have one that does.
Hey, real quick question, whether you go to Marcellus Studio or not, you're still going to pick
Yeah,
up
it's in here.
right? Okay, so here's my thing, you gotta put that form in. Whoever it is, you gotta put your heads together and put that form in. See, the city manager here has a big smile on his face, and he's actually exaggerating.
You'll hear it. To the best that
He
anybody wants to
has a
see.
perfect that, no matter what's happening, we gotta put that in so that.
Written opinion of council, basically.
Date,
Yes.
special event.
Yeah, it has to be reserved. Whether he comes or not, you just gotta put it in, because there's other people asking me nights to get that.
Because it's the old house, it's brick. Out there, yeah. So about you, did you guys host?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you, I love it.
I did. I love the back directions here.
That's why you said I should be
It's okay. It's okay. I do too. I saw that word and I was like, takes us.
Okay. Did you notice that I got you cherry and I got you fun?
Did you get pineapple?
Would you like me to get you pineapple?
Do they have pineapple?
I don't know, but I'm here. This is how I woo them. I'm wooing them right now.
Cough drop dealer.
I'm a cough drop dealer.
I'm a mint dealer.
What kind of cough drop do you like?
I like that on that.
Ooh,
Because it helps with the soothes the open.
but it helps your stomach, yeah. Just so you know, I'm not here, Jeff.
Soft kind of.
Ideal in
I
cough
like
drops, Jeff. Ideal in cough drops.
I bring.
So I ask everybody what their favorite cough drop is around me, and then I bring, he likes cherry, he
I
likes
do, it's
honey.
right here, that's why I was asking.
It's cherry.
I have a strawberry one here, yeah, I bring them. I said, this is me wooing them. It's real high intrigue around here. Did you have a good Easter?
That's okay, yeah. Mostly helping my mom do some stuff.
Oh,
It's good.
All right. We're gonna bring the special meeting of April 6, 2026 to order, and roll call, please.
Commissioner Atwood,
Here.
Commissioner Brady,
Present.
Commissioner Glissman,
here.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Here.
Commissioner Petrie,
Here.
Mayor Haynes.
Here. All right, we have time for public comments. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for executive session at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need to state the reason
Okay.
to go into
Yep.
closed session, sorry.
Yep, a motion on the table from Commissioner Glissman and seconded by Commissioner Petrie to go into executive session to review a written legal opinion from the city attorney under Section 8 of the Open Meetings Act. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
All right.
She's in my territory. I'm very, very loyal, John. Pink, you in the pink. Put Phil for my friends.
I like your mint
I
so that
think-
it doesn't.
I think they're broadcasting.
That it's so.
There you go, yeah.
Great.
My advertising.
Hey, guys.
Hi, how are you?
Now, just between you and I, not that it matters, but you know I say what I think. I think pulling you off the board was nothing but being a dick.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, running, no, I'm sorry. Running the newspaper, being the editor, has nothing to do with what you do as a board member. As long as you don't, as long as you're transparent, if you know somebody that's doing something, it's the same with me. If somebody
Yeah, I mean, I
comes,
sat on it for 7 years, and only twice out of 7 years did I ever write anything out of the actual meeting.
You know, and I'm
You know,
sorry.
and if there was any issue,
but I'm sorry, you sitting as a board member and you being a journalist are two separate issues. As long as you do what you're supposed to do. If somebody comes in that you know, or you think there's some kind of a conflict, you let everybody know it. Do you want me to abstain from this? Or do you want me to participate? You want my opinion and knowledge of what's going on?
you know,
And that's where it ends. Being a citizen and speaking is not the same as being a board member and doing the job.
I agree. It's not retribution, just don't let it go. Kill the messenger.
When, honestly, you've been pretty much straight reporting, like, I can kind of read between the lines occasionally,
Yeah.
but you've been straight reporting. So,
I didn't make it to last library board meeting, but I guess the director was still
He's still on
in
vacation.
Brazil. I mean, that was,
Yeah.
he had
Yeah.
said that before.
yeah, not a lot happened there,
No.
so.
Okay. The library board. Coleman, when she was chair, just ignored anybody that had anything to say. When DeAngelis chaired a couple of meetings at the VFW hall, he could not follow the agenda and was lost. Now they've got Van Bell, twice that, pardon me, that dumb son of a bitch, skipped part of the agenda, and somebody's had to go, wait a minute, we've got stuff left on the agenda to take care of. How do you not follow your own damn agenda?
Just haven't,
No.
I mean, that's, the chair can't follow the agenda that he supposedly helped establish for the meeting, and he can't follow it?
And he's supposed to be quite, he says he's experienced on other boards, but I don't see it. Well, every day wonder how's this gonna end. Cause he, I don't know if you've heard about his track record, he doesn't last long anywhere.
right.
So, to me, it's like, but what's the catalyst gonna be?
But you know what, you can do a lot of damage
Oh,
in
I
a
know.
couple of months.
Yeah, I know. I already has.
I told someone I was thinking about standing up today and going, hey, I've heard this, and this about you. Any truth to the rumors? Which ones are true, which ones aren't?
I double dog dare you to do it.
Don't know. What?
I do, I double dog dare you to do it.
So I'm curious what this executive is about right now, because it's
I know,
Something about open meetings,
that legal opinion.
that's why I had to be here, just in case they say anything good that gives it away when they come back,
Right.
but.
Yeah, because there's another payment on the agenda. for
Yes, exactly.
Bodmin.
Do you wanna notice what else I noticed is the, you know how bike night, they denied bike night, and now it's in the consent agenda, which surprised me.
Yeah, so initially, it sounded that they pretty well poo-pooed it, you know, but now it's like it's back on there. I did look at last year, so, I mean, there was 12 events.
Okay.
This year, I mean, as proposed, is 8.
Okay.
So they whittled down a little bit, you know. Is that enough to satisfy the board? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of members up here that I don't think they're in favor of that.
I guess we'll have to see, maybe they'll move it out of the consent agenda.
Yeah, I hope so.
Has bike night ever turned into anything ugly on here?
No. No, I mean, I mean, there's been, people don't, some of them, especially downtown, people don't like some of the rugged noise and the
Yeah,
gates that
it's
come up
loud.
there. But the radio's really loud. You got a loud muffler, then you have to turn the radio even louder.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I mean, you hear them blocks away.
I
No,
can
but
hear
there's,
them on
but the
24.
cops will tell you, they'd have like, I mean, other than telling, you know, that a random guy, hey, man,
Every
you're in a
event,
social district with that open beer, you gotta, you know, get that in here. But no,
no fights,
No
no
fights.
stabbings, no
no,
shootings,
no.
no big brawls,
And
no.
The bike night.
Oh.
And they, you know, the St. Patriots, the reason they were pushing is like, well, we raise about $1,000 a night that we get back to local nonprofit, which is significant. you know, it's not,
What was the reason that they discontinued it in the first place?
well, because I think there's just between the noise of some like, well, you know, Monday night bikes on Monday night, or the cruise, the car cruise, and then this on Friday, so you have Parsons of downtown closed two nights a week. So, and there's some residents say, you know, come on, man, that's asking a lot of us down here, you know, to put up with
Is
the
it
noise.
every week?
Yeah, for the exception of like a holiday weekend, it was every Friday.
As you pointed out, it's only 8 this time.
Yeah, so they
instead of
did
12.
cut out like 4 of them. Last year it had 12, this year there's 8. Starts like end of May, and then the last one is in late August. I mean, I go to a couple, I will just walk through, take a few photos, kind of see and be seen, but I'm like, oh, I'm tired of that scene. I mean, it's kind of fun though. I mean, even if you're not a biker, just the people watching is kind of cool.
Yeah.
There's live music, and sometimes they're local bands, so, you know, there's something that, you know, you can have some fun down there and hang out.
No, I just think whatever we can do to get people downtown.
I know, and at the same time, and some of those people say, oh my gosh, the noise. Yeah, but you know, it's funny, or even like people complain about the pier days. You know,
There's
same
gonna be somebody
thing,
who's gonna complain about.
but that's like 3 days of, you know, the whole year. I mean, I get it if you don't, and maybe that sucks, but again, it's just 3 days,
How long's Lapeer Days been happening?
like forever.
So it was like 100 years or something.
Yeah, 100+ years.
So, I mean, seriously, if you've moved downtown,
You knew what's
yeah,
on your doorstep,
yeah.
or you should.
I will say, like, people in Ann Arbor, there are some of them who just leave during art fair. And I
Well, a
get
lot
it.
of people leave for the pier days.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
I lived in I grew up in Traverse City. We did not participate in
Cherry
the
Festival.
Cherry Festival.
Yeah.
We might go in
I like
there.
when they had the blue
Yeah,
angels.
we might go in and watch the Blue Angels.
Those are cool.
2 summers ago, we had to drive through on our way to a wedding, and the Blue Angels just happened to be performing at that time. So it was kind of cool, because we didn't have to try and find a parking spot and find a place to sit, and we got to see a little bit of it. I was very cool with that.
Yeah, I do always sit right by that old, I don't know if it's even there anymore, the old Cherryland power plant, the
Oh,
electric plant there. Used to be on
Yeah.
the West Bay forever.
I don't know if
I don't know
it's
if they
still
finally
there or
tore that down.
not. They've made so many changes downtown.
I haven't been to Traverse in about 20 years.
We have a place up
I love that.
north, so, and probably, my only high school friend has moved back there after she worked in DC for a while. So we go in often. Where our place is, there is no good restaurants. So, and there's just unlimited good eating in Traverse City.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we like to go in and occasionally have a meal in there, so. Especially this time of year when there's nothing really out, like
Oh, yeah.
outside that we could go into.
High school, I actually went up to Northwestern Michigan College there. So I grew up in the east side of Detroit, and I always fell in love with Great Lakes shipping. You know, what kind of freighter? And then I went to Denison Collegiate, which is a college prep, like, gonna be a pro? No, I'm gonna work on a freighter. And they're like,
Yeah,
what do we do?
Fitzgerald. Like the other Fitzgerald.
Thank you.
But that was like 82 or 83, it was a pretty good recession, and a kid, man, they're downsizing the fleets, nobody's hiring. You know, literally a check in hand. What else do you have?
Really?
Yeah. So I went into MIG and TIG welding.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
So when did
I
you,
remained certified, I keep myself,
do you do stuff for people and
I do.
inside jobs?
yeah.
I'll have to remember that, because I'm always like,
Trailer hitches,
I'm always like, wow.
repairs.
who does, my husband, I always, like, if something comes up that needs to be welded, do we know anybody that does that?
Yeah, I've got some equipment kept in a storage unit.
How much can you see through that screen?
Not at all, once it's, I mean, when the light's arcing, you can see it and close. but really nothing.
Nothing, I didn't think so, and that would make me kinda, it would be, I would feel like I was trying to do something blind.
It was funny at times, because you judge by the beads, you're,
Mm-hmm.
and I, had this leather apron on, and you smell like skin and
Oh, no.
shirt burning, I'm like, oh, it's like, I'm on fire, I'm like, I gotta get beat, no, I'm gonna keep going, like, I flip it off, and like, only a half inch left to go, yes, it's just my skin, I'm all right, it's all right.
It'll grow back,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah, because you see it go down, and you're like, oh man, you can smell that smell, and you smell, like, your t-shirt's on fire, or like burning a hole in it,
Well, are you supposed to wear like some big heavy duty leather?
Yeah, but it's so
Yeah.
hot that nobody did, so then
Yeah.
we're too cool for that.
It's like all the
So it's different.
all the farmers that disabled all the safety things on their equipment and
Yeah.
stuff like that, which is how my father-in-law died, because
Oh.
he had disabled the safety features on his tractor and it ran him over twice, so, I mean.
Here's
our
officers,
colors-
where the augers catch these people.
Yes,
Ugh.
like Mr.
Sucked in.
Muir,
Yeah.
Mr. Muir lost
Yeah,
his
you really
arm.
go.
Yeah. I always, whenever somebody's
Yeah.
doing like a farmer or something, and like you didn't disable all your safety equipment, did you? Be smart, don't do those stupid farmer tricks.
Jeff, I'm gonna try to schedule a meeting with, May,
Okay.
the coordinator for the schools, this Wednesday or Friday to start looking at the rules and the qualifications for the contest.
Okay, good.
And then,
Yeah, I've been wondering about that, so.
yeah, I wanted to try and do it this past week. We were on vacation, so the kids.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
I'm here to hear
I'm hoping to have it together so we don't mirror,
We'd all love to know.
not this weekend, but the following weekend, they can take up that spot,
Yeah.
the conversation.
I know, but I like passed up my opportunity for another 3 minutes. I should have taken it.
Times are, it to go before the meeting on Monday.
Oh my God.
We missed it last time,
Yeah, no, I couldn't get that.
yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. I was wondering about that, that's. Are you thinning out the bourbon here?
So Carolyn went today.
I was doing the bottle thing before other people, and when I worked on production crews, that's what the guys always thought. Except vodka.
For the paint. Carol went to Shirley's,
Hey, Jeff.
How are you? Good.
just.
Hi, Chief. How are you? Good. Nice day.
They said the insurance of the.
How are you? Good. Good.
I'll go this week.
Good, how are you?
I know the guy, I have to say, he's gives it great, but the new stuff, the Sherwood Williams is over by
That's what she went to.
China One. Or not China,
Good.
Not Shirley's.
Sherwood's,
Benjamin.
Benjamin, yes.
Yeah.
I'll see if, because
Okay.
he told me, oh yeah, we can do all kinds of cool things for you, we'll get breaks and nonprofits and stuff.
Okay, sorry.
So, but that was, 2 years ago. But I'll go, what the heck?
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, it's like,
Yeah, it was on my
the
list.
psychedelic
I
thing, all the countries, it's me. I had to look it up.
Was it the most of
You used to buy it, you could buy it at the gas station. You're not. It was just kind of,
Getting out, right?
that was your sort of bonus.
Oh, yeah, because for the new different houses.
What is?
Yeah, I don't think he understood the concept.
Andy,
Hello, Art.
how are
You're
you?
sitting next to me, man.
What's that?
I said, I need help sitting next to me. I don't see where I'm on the agenda.
Are you gonna talk to the
You know,
company?
I've seen different cool things, like with
Just
I
like.
don't know, I might rub off the wrong way.
No, you want.
you know,
Welcome back. Seeing you.
we're trying to
who you're here fighting for.
Well, I'm gonna talk on yours. I'm talking on you.
Very popular in the first
Wait, you are?
But I'm also not happy with the mayor's comments at the end of the meeting about the boards.
I had a lot of nutmeg in it.
The boards. They never sat on the first meeting. What's that?
Off of the,
Oh, okay.
committee with the, he was actually the president of the appeal, the zoning board of appeal.
Yeah,
Supposedly they're stating that it was conflict of interest.
Yeah, well, that's like,
Where?
that's what I wanna talk about. Yeah, how are you?
CPA. He's retired. He's been a friend of mine for 40 wife,
Every board member, he said, was in it for personal gain.
dad,
Didn't hear what's said.
his wife's dad was Moose, was one of my.
Cause I should never have them.
Yeah, Moose. Yeah, Art and I go back a long way.
Yes, we do. Back to when you were a young whippersnapper.
So were you?
A little bit older,
Yeah, I was gonna say, you were a little older.
but not much.
no, but
It's crazy.
7 or 8 years, that's about it. Because I'm 70, almost 70, really 60.
Oh, that answers, yeah.
6.
Okay, yeah, so. 5 years.
I still can't believe I used to hang around with your father.
I know. Who's been dead 48 years.
Believe it or not.
So I
I
kind
met
of,
Mr. King.
yeah, so hasn't been dead near that long.
No, no. I guess we're in the back.
Number F.
Yeah, there's all that.
I'm super sick of sign ordinances because I don't work with others for 16 years. So I do
So anyways, but the next meeting's
Yeah, I just wanted to know who verified.
May 13th, so a week from today. Yeah, she tries to keep it.
Yeah.
So hopefully they take.
Ron McDougal's
What, written, like, anything I can give you.
So I'm gonna talk.
You're just gonna take it, I'll put you in your own. Okay.
I give you 3 minutes.
I know. So you don't
Right on
want
it,
to be very
right
long.
on it, spend time trying to make it look, because you just want to know. That's the goals, and then you're gonna. Wow. Yeah, so they. Oh, that's really cool.
Friday night.
So you, when did you guys take over this stuff? 79?
July 1st, 17.
Yeah.
Be 47.
Yeah.
I think they're not supposed to intervene, but
It's not even 19 yet.
Yeah.
I'm still 18 years old.
Should be interesting.
We've
got
Maybe the same commission.
everything that's.
Yeah, that's a whole other story.
Appreciate it.
You miss some excitement.
No, I totally get it.
Spikes.
He's very good at what you do. They don't listen.
I'd love to sit down with you at some point and talk about whatever we do.
Absolutely. Yeah, anytime. It was good, it was good.
So is it like fire chiefs from across the country, or is it more like fire?
No, it was all police, so it
I
was.
guess they're in closed session.
Yeah, and some legal thing, probably whatever originally came up. You think it's yours? Your attorney and everything?
Yeah, agents come in for the.
No, not my attorney, but my attorney turned all the paperwork in for what we are given. We're submitting. Well, we already submitted.
Right.
So it's also.
For our, what we're offering.
And some of them,
The-
like the
Oh,
person
okay.
that wants their lawyer there, even if it's actually no business, then it's there for. And Dryden Township is
I
the
mean,
same
we're
as
offering
where they used to
it,
dine from, always has them there. There are a bunch
Phase
of
one
places
on
that
that,
are building on that
probably
specifically saying we don't need an attorney in all of our meetings.
And, you know.
And so like, I think your township said that, North Branch is like that, there are a ton
All
of
those
them
lakes with that
around
special.
They probably like that too.
Uh,
They have
On the
repairs
bottom of
that
Lake Shore,
that's
it's-
necessary.
But I mean, just we put all the
Everybody go
plastic curtains, and then I wanna,
Yeah.
we'll see which trees, I wanna plant some fragrance trees. Hey, church,
Like, just, it was nice today.
I'll see you if it's gonna.
It might help, man.
My looks might help.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You're not gonna get your shit.
I look better, I had a Spark City t-shirt on, sweatshirt on earlier, so I got, it's a highway dress, doesn't matter. It was my point.
Now you got woman.
I was gonna look for that.
Library's not doing well over there?
He was sick, he was.
This is
Seemed like an expert.
wrong, you did not.
You should make us-
Yeah.
These are the
Yeah,
two, these are what.
Yeah, I gotta submit papers to in the house because the house is sits on a commercial property. It cannot rent it out for individuals.
About $18 million.
Which is called multi-use, is that what
Yeah.
it's saying? So, yeah, no, one by the river,
Just the infrastructure.
24 South Court.
It was gonna be very, very expensive.
That's where he lives.
Guys in there.
He's renting a house, so
Right?
some of them, they send me a letter, so they just want me $550.
You know, it's just like,
Because that area is,
it was good.
a lot of those houses are multi.
But I don't, I think it's just something that's there now. Like if you're Ellen, why would you ever go out of it?
So,
Because there's some city will let you, and you're gonna get reimbursed all your infrastructure costs. So if we're here, you should, that's.
I guess what else are
So, they're saying that that's what they need to be profitable.
you know, my
I'm
wife,
glad you listened.
make it run some.
Everybody's trying to do it short time to time.
And say, hey, what we say, you got it.
Is it raining? Again?
It's on the.
It's on my computer screen, I was watching the candidate forum.
Oh, okay. No, when is it, in the daytime or in the evening?
I haven't checked, I think they meet at 9 a.m.
It's better than school.
So I
Well, then they shoot for the moon, for the best type of deal, I
it's
think.
the Brownfield TIF authority where the
Yeah.
Brownfield.
Or they propose.
Basically, like the city pays almost 20 grand to hire a really short advisor. The Brownfield authority, which is $16.5 million of TIF caps.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't have to make it public, that's they're required.
That's how they're making it.
Well, it's in the, it's up on the website, I read the package. So it's up there right now, they ended up posting the Brownfield test, so a Brownfield plan that we submitted to Mr. is gonna be talked about tomorrow. Brownfield test.
And then I Brookfield,
Yeah, that's, it is my thing. I mean, Brooklyn North. So basically, the developer is asking for all the property taxes and everything. School tax development. $60 to $70 million. Well, we just wouldn't be collecting property taxes for the rest of the house. But on average, when I got my letter, I just taxed it. Yeah, hopefully, but, yeah. So it's just, because these government programs exist, why would the builder ever build it out? They can get all their infrastructure.
Well, I've been here 17 years.
Like, why would they ever do it? Then some city will let them, so then we'll go there. That's not, but, that's not,
Just they got a water in the city.
Oh, yeah.
I just listened to it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We've talked about
But I've still been.
games.
It'll start to make sense.
Ideas we got.
Yeah.
There's two water. The benches.
And they would have been in the middle.
Oh, three. Oh, okay.
Almost to the top.
So it's got one.
Yeah.
And they both were.
I was saying,
And when they-
it's kind of patched together.
They're telling the city. So you're gonna
One glass of wine.
We should have been there, we could have been actually
We're just
working.
on vacation.
Right.
And then, of
Right,
course,
and Ellie's office, which I know, that's what we're
long weekend. But
I mean, that was one of the reasons for the call, that this is gonna be
I keep trying to get you some more food also.
You'd always
And
come
he's
up
like,
with
wait a
road.
minute, the plate gave us tonight. I go, okay, well then it's gonna be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for you. Who knows, I might need less. I might need more.
Once the water goes down, that's when it dries up. So we gotta have.
Windy
days.
in August 15th.
I ate 9 hours of basketball.
Yeah.
I watched something else at first.
So they crossed over the bridge to the tennis courts.
The meeting's on Tuesday,
I mean, they did, I mean, part of it.
I'm sorry, it's on Wednesday.
Okay.
And it.
No, I was gonna call today, but
It's, no, it's around 6:30 p.m.
he had his mix.
Boys that are staying.
Which isn't really that bad.
They're like farmer.
What's that?
Well, I had to figure out today, they never gave me, I picked up the money there, but they never reconciled how they got there.
That's something.
And I didn't know, so I picked up, because I had to go and see us, so I picked it up.
Yeah, we've been, well.
At the end of the year value, there's a tax.
Oh, they want 16.5 for 5 years.
So I got there, it's like, well, we're $7 less than they did.
49.
It's on fire.
She didn't know. Anyway.
I did get smaller.
My deductible was
Just what you're saying.
No,
All of the,
I got my email a while back. February, there was a library meeting.
there's about 10 members in
My
our.
name was there. I just want to make sure you guys.
I just had to file. You know, I know he left everything. Bunch of directions from the workers, and I don't know what to do with it.
Their first writer message.
So I'm gonna figure out what the tax.
Brothers are.
One of the things.
But yeah.
Anyway, as you know, we've got like stuff to do. And it's, yeah, when you would have more meeting, but I mean, it's, well, your mother's still.
They're doing it. So they're just, they know what our ordinance is, and they're gonna be right inside of it, so that's.
And then he's got land that I'm gonna get appraised, so I can't keep up with that. Two are living. One lives in Florida, the other one lives in one guy, she was, one lives in Mississippi, and one lives.
What is the daughters? They eat all of what she would have gotten.
Oh, yeah.
With the dog bowl.
Yep. Yep.
Like Rotary.
Yep.
Only 11%.
Yep.
And they didn't.
That, we're the donation guys to be able to write it off or not. But you can't, you can't.
Because it's a specific request. No. Now, what do we, well, yeah. I've never seen.
Nobody thinks of that.
This was especially last. But if you had it's raining from these at one time, it kept raining, it's all, yeah, there you go. I think it's really funny. On the east end of ours.
It's taken me another hour to get
But it is per person. Say it's a big
They're all things. Yeah, great, all over.
But it never, during that time, it doesn't. It was only
Program and all that versus still getting in, so
I've seen that route, though, my wife, I was assistant to the parks and I don't know where else, like, I was I'm trying to think of what I have.
So that ended up being
I haven't been forced to decide that yet.
I won't be the one.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
As soon as Ramona's back, where did she go?
I'll take it from after the meeting.
All right. All right, move to adjourn the closed session.
So moved. Second.
Adjourn. That brings us to our regular meeting, which we will call to order. And we'll take a roll call.
Commissioner Atwood?
Here.
Commissioner Brady? Commissioner Glissman?
Here.
Commissioner McCarthy? Here. Commissioner Petrie?
Here.
Mayor Hain.
Here. If everybody would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. That brings us to the approval of the April 6, 2026 agenda. Mr. Brady.
I would like to see the consent agenda split, to take food trucks and bike night off of consent. And then with that change, move to approve the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to put the, I'm sorry, I guess Mr. Brady, is G6 and 7?
Just for the motion? Is that, okay. Okay. Mr. Brady, could you restate that? We don't have a second yet.
Motion to approve the agenda with the removal of consent C2 to G6 and C3 to G7.
Second.
All right. Any conversation? Petrie?
There's just one date on the farmer's market thing that could be conflicting with America 250, so I wondered if we should discuss that one too. I don't know.
All right. You want to just restate your...
Motion to approve the agenda with the alteration of consent C1 to G6, C2 to G7, and C3 to G8.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion on the table to approve the agenda with modification of C1 to G6, C2 to G7, C3 to G8, made by Commissioner Brady, seconded by Commissioner McCarthy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the minutes. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the minutes from the last meeting as presented.
Second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner McCarthy to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held March 16th, 2026. Any discussion? Mr. Evans?
I wasn't here, so I cannot vote for these minutes.
All right.
That's not true. You can vote.
Yeah,
Really?
I was just about to check that. If you would like, I can read that, or we can accept her answer. Are you okay with that?
If you want to read it.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. All right. So this will be found inside of the City of Lapeer Rules and Procedures of the City Commission. This will be in section D, subsection 4. And section B. That member shall state he or she has inadequate information upon which to base a reasonable informed vote, and shall state the particulars of the information desired before a reasonable informed vote can be cast. Absence from a prior meeting shall not constitute the basis of the lack of information. This is found under, again, section D, voting and discussion, subsection 4, duty to vote. So that makes it permissible.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So I believe, I can't remember if it's policies and procedures or Robert's rules, but isn't there something in there that also says that if there is a proposed change to the minutes and the member was absent, then they could, at that point then?
That is correct, but there's no change to the minutes, so he can rely on the minutes for the basis of his vote. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion? Remind me again, Madam Clerk, did we already vote on that and pass that through, or are we waiting for that? We have the motion. Who was the maker? Linda?
Commissioner Glissman and Commissioner McCarthy.
Okay, so we'll restate it. Motion made by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner McCarthy to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held March 16, 2026. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, that brings us to public comments. At this time, we'll hear from the public. If you would like to speak and make a public comment, please raise your hand. I'll call on you one at a time. Just remind the public that there's a 3-minute time limit on your turn. We will have a timer running. Once you hear the timer, your turn is over. We'll ask you to kindly return back to your seat. Are there any in the back?
Karen Bershako, I live in Metamora. So I'll start with America 250. I have growing concerns about the America 250 celebrations being planned, some with taxpayer funds. Commissioner Glissman has said that her goal with these events is to make everyone a patriot. What is a patriot? What is your definition of a patriot? So we have John Van Wagner on the school board recommending that people read a book by David Barton, who is a Christian nationalist and a fake historian, as determined by real historians. We have Gary Howell on the county commission making unnecessary and mean-spirited comments about Juneteenth, calling it a totally hokey, made-up holiday. And Commissioner McMahon saying it's a social engineering experiment in order to cause and incite racism, though it has been celebrated since 1866 and has been thriving, and racism has been thriving with no help needed from a national holiday. So I have good reason to fear Lapeer's America 250 celebrations could be used to promote Christian nationalism, which has been rising and has been spoken about before this very body. So Glissman, what is patriotism? Is it performative with a lot of red, white, and blue? Or is it standing up to a mayor who is overstepping in his role and invoking God in the process? Is it standing for the pledge, or is it standing up to people who preach from the dais and break the intentional wall our founders made between church and state? Since Glissman has sat here and said that Satan is the spirit of chaos in the meetings, and that anyone who does not like her espousing her faith could go have a pity party, I have good reason to worry. Since Petrie has said that she believed you are ordained by God for these secular offices, we have good reason to worry. Are there any qualified historians on the committee at all? Will the perspectives of different humans be portrayed, such as the black people who were chattel and the women who had very few rights under the law? Or will there be hero worship of our founders who were flawed human beings? Will you be promoting myths like George Washington and the cherry tree? I highly suggest that each of you read The Founding Myth, Why Christian Nationalism is Un-American by Andrew Seidel. The book is well-researched, well-argued, and written by an expert. He also cites hundreds of Bible scriptures, which some of you would enjoy. Next, the harem comments. I did not make these, but I do not think anyone meant a literal harem. It was figurative, a remarkable tendency to follow the male leader and revere him. When you promote your religion from this dais, that religion, Christianity, that is taught for 2,000 years by sacred text, the subjugation of women, one starts to wonder why 3 women are almost completely lockstep with the man who is promoting his opinions as the light. I think it's fair for the public to question why these relationships lead to so much effusive praise every meeting. Why the fawning? Why the comments about the brilliance, the man of excellence? It's tremendously odd in a personal context, let alone in a professional one. It is our duty to question that. It is patriotism to question that.
Thank you. Any others?
My name is Art Seating, been a resident of the city of Lapeer since September of 1976, so an awful long time. I think probably only 2 of you are here longer than that. 2 things I want to talk about tonight. First of all is the public hearing you've got for whatever SKR. Andy's been in business in Lapeer since July 1st of 1979. Since he has not come and run like I hear some people say that's all the marijuana people do, he has not. I voted against the marijuana legalization thing, but my fellow citizens voted for it. So I think we have to deal with it. I think we have to deal with it properly. I don't think you can vote one way or the other on the appeal based on your personal feeling about marijuana. Got to do it on the merits of the situation. Has the smell improved over time? You bet it has. I think he's working on it. We used to be able to smell in my house, not very often, but every once in a while. I live north of Oregon Street. We haven't smelled it since probably last summer at the very latest time. So anyway, just do it on the merits. The next thing I want to speak about was the mayor's comments at the end of the last meeting. I was a member of the first DDA, and I was resided in the region, in the residence area at that time. Since then, I continued to serve on either the DDA, TIF, or the LDFA. So for almost 48 years, I've been a volunteer. I don't quite know how I feathered my own nest based on your comments were in it for personal gain. I served with a lot of small business owners, residents of the city of Lapeer, and bank presidents. I don't think any of them were in for personal gain. Now, did we get some gain because the city's improved? You bet. Does that personally go in my pocketbook? No. All that time, I never drew a penny. You guys have made more money than I did for 48 years of service. Don't bemoan that. I do also say, I empathize with you. I sat in the Board of Education for 8 years, so I know what it's like to catch stuff. But just remember, it's hard to get board members of various authorities or commissions, and when you route and say they're in there for personal gain, not many people are going to take you up on that, and I don't blame them. Thanks, guys. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Brian Cloutier, resident, City of Lapeer. I've been observing the meetings a lot lately, although I've not been in the audience personally. And I do know that recently you made a decision to not reappoint Mr. Hogan to the zoning board. And as a member who sits on the zoning board myself, I was a little taken aback by that because I've been able to witness him at these meetings and know that he has no personal interest in them at all. I think there's this perceived idea or concept that because he is the editor of the local newspaper, that he is somehow of conflict in sitting on boards and commissions, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. I, as a librarian, did some research today, because that's what we do, and I can tell you that I looked at the Zoning Board of Appeals handbook, and they do talk about conflict of interest in there. They're very clear about conflict of interest, and there was nothing that says that the local editor of the newspaper is of conflict sitting on this board. Now, any one of us sitting on that board could have a conflict of interest at any given time, and we would then request that we recuse ourselves from making those decisions. Likewise, I also did a little deeper dive into it, and I can tell you that I don't have time to go into everything, but you should take a look at this too if you haven't. If anything, we're talking about a First Amendment consideration here. Because journalism is protected under free speech principles, a blanket prohibition on editors serving in public roles could raise constitutional concerns. So laws that tend to focus on conduct or conflicts rather than profession need to be considered here. Mr. Hogan has never done anything inappropriate that I'm aware of in his time on that board. So I do hope that you would reconsider that order and put him back in that role. I would certainly appreciate that as someone who sits on that board myself, and I can assure you, I'm sure your counselor can attest, that there is no known legal justification for what has occurred. Thank you.
Any others? Yes, please.
At the last meeting, we were told people needed to be involved and volunteer to serve on boards. I've watched the last few meetings of this board, and I've watched the way a few people have been chastised, hushed, shushed, talked to, stopped, told they had to stand down until somebody decided if they were going to be reappointed to boards, but they had to attend the board meetings to keep things flowing. If an elected board will treat each other like that, why in the hell should anybody volunteer to be treated like that? At the last meeting, Mr. Hing, during his commissioner's comments, stated that he had found things that might indicate somebody was spending city money for their own purposes. A lot of us would like to know what and why. Also, Mr. Hing, and I have to stipulate that this is strictly rumor mill. I have no idea if it's true. I have heard several stories about you. And if you would like to talk to me later, or do you want to do it publicly? I've heard you were asked to leave an area where you were doing missionary work. I don't know if it's true or not. I've heard it was the group you were with that was asked to leave. And I've also heard there was some question about money. And quite frankly, I don't know if it's rumor mill, I don't know if it's true, but it's out there.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Holy Spirit, we welcome your presence here tonight. Lord, I just want to thank you for what yesterday represented to me and to so many I know. And Lord, I'm praying that those who don't grasp what yesterday was about, that Lord, you'd speak to their heart and that they would one day feel it. Thank you for what you're doing in the city. Thank you for the people that you have put here by the election of their peers, the voting of their peers. Thank you that the people that are sitting up here making decisions for the city, it is because they love our city. They want to do good things for our city. They want the residents to have a place to call home. Thank you that your son Jesus taught us this prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation,
But deliver us.
I'm going to stop there, Lord. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you're going to do. I praise you and I thank you for what you've done for me personally. And Lord, I'll never, ever be offended or embarrassed to say it. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, any others? Back.
Wes Weber, Brookwood resident, Lapeer resident, live in Brookwood, south. Just a couple quick things. I've been talking since November about this development, so I'll keep it short. When Brian came from Allen Edwin and spoke at the Doghouse Coffee, and he shared information that the property that is still listed for $3.6 million is actually being purchased for $1.3 million, which I think is, it's been listed for $3.6 million since the purchase agreement has been pending for like 8 months. Which is interesting if you have I've never seen anything like it, where a property is actually selling for 1.3 million but listed for 3.6. That should put a red flag. Another thing is I looked at the Brownfield packet, which I think there's a Wednesday meeting, and they are seeking full TIF capture for 25 years, state education tax and the LCS tax included, somewhere in between $16 to $18 million of Lapeer tax revenue would be given back to the developer for infrastructure costs. And I just wanted that on public record. That's what they're saying they need to make it profitable. And so we need to do math and see whether or not we want to forego our property taxes for the rest of my lifetime, if I make it to life expectancy. United States Marine, about 35 pounds ago for me, but that was a long time ago. But I will say, I think that has something to do with patriotism. I appreciate America 250. There was a time in our country where our forefathers would have said, the United States of America are. And then sometime after the Civil War, it became more popular to say the United States of America is. It is. And we began to think of ourselves as one. I just want to put on the record as well that virtually all of Western abolitionists were Christians who loved their country, which would make them Christian nationalists. So I guess by whatever that definition is, the reason that slavery was eradicated is because our founders had the foresight to codify the fact that all men are created equal and to view people as made in God's image. So, I just want to put that on record that Christianity was a major motivating force for eradicating these things in our country. And it shouldn't be castigated, it should be celebrated. So, for what it's done and for the moral good. So, anyway, I wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we accept the consent agenda that includes 2026 annual spring cleanup, May 4th, 2026, citywide.
Second, okay. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner Petrie to approve the consent agenda, which only includes the 2026 annual spring cleanup for May 4th, 2026, citywide. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, that brings us to the bill listing. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Glissman.
I move to approve the bill listing for April 6, 2026 in the amount of $1,322,190.36.
Okay, second. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner Petrie to approve the bill listing for April 6, 2026 in the amount of $1,322,190.36. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to proclamations, recognitions, and resolutions. First on our agenda, E1, resolution opposing House Bills 5529, 5530, 5531, 5532, 5581, 5582, 5583, 5584, and 5585.
So moved.
Well, the suggested motion would be to adopt the resolutions opposing those House bills. Is that what you're moving?
Yes.
Okay. Is there support?
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, support by Commissioner McCarthy to adopt the resolutions opposing House Bills 5529, 5530, 5531, 5532, 5581, 5582, 5583, 5584, and 5585. Any discussion? Commissioner McCarthy.
I'm not sure how many of you took a package down to try to figure out what these housing bills relate to. But in many cases, these are coming from the state, and you can smack me on the side if I get them off, as you know it, like backwards and forwards. But a lot of times they're trying to take away, they override the ability for municipalities to have a say in what happens within the community. So I'm just gonna give you one, can't say which one it is, but one of them is that no municipality, city, or small government can require that any house bigger than 500 square feet be built on any lot, which is a tiny house, it's 25 by 20 feet. But that would be the largest size house that you would be able to mandate within any community. It doesn't matter if it's a luxury community or if it's a tiny home community, that's just one of the bills. So there's a series of 9 total housing bills that try to limit and take away local government's ability to have ordinances, et cetera, related to housing development. And so that's kind of why there would be a reason that people would be like, perhaps that's not a good idea. Just wanted clarity.
I just have a question. Adopting this resolution, and maybe Mike or Josh, I don't know, one of you guys could explain just why we're doing it, because we have, as long as I've been here, we haven't adopted a resolution for bills like this, but maybe why we're doing it.
Sure.
And what it means.
I'll start it if I may. So of course, I've already had discussions with our state representative and our state senator telling them what I personally think about these things, and I'll agree with Commissioner McCarthy. Basically, this is a package of preemption bills that the state is trying to foist upon local government, which, you know, frankly, I can't think of an instance where that turned out good for local municipalities. You know, I don't dispute the fact that there's probably a housing crisis and that something needs to be done differently to improve the condition of housing in the state of Michigan, but this is absolutely not the way to do it. You know, the MML, which is an organization that we're a part of and who work on behalf of local governments, have a alternative bill, group of bills, I think, that I think are much more supportive of both promoting increased housing in local communities, but also doesn't preempt us. You know, the housing needs of Lapeer are absolutely different than the housing needs of Traverse City, or Saugatuck, or Troy, or really anywhere else. And I just don't think that some, you know, person in Lansing should tell us how we should do our local housing. I mean, there's a ordinance here already, I think in tonight's agenda, and we've got more at the Planning Commission where we are locally addressing housing needs in this community. And I'm personally opposed to preemption from the state level. And I think that this package of bills that, you know, is currently being considered by the House is just the wrong way to do it. But maybe Josh has some alternative thoughts. Sorry, Commissioner Atwood.
So, Mr. Womack.
Yes, sir.
Was that a question to Commissioner
I guess I
Atwood?
was suggesting that he have input if he would like to speak.
Okay. Would you like this one?
Yeah, so, I mean, he did a pretty good job, but this was a suggestion from the MML as well to put a resolution. There's other cities that have put resolutions together and sent it to Lansing as well. They're taking it very seriously, and they do not like preemption, so this is one avenue they suggested, as well as continuing to bother your legislators to let them know that you're against this. And when we were in DC, we also lobbied against preemption bills at that level as well, so. Yeah, I ran this by the CEO of the MML and their attorney, and they agreed that it was really well done. So.
Good.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
In general, when resolutions are sent to the state, they kind of ignore it and, because they're sporadic and they don't mean very much. However, this directly affects every local municipality. So I think that most of the municipalities, the local government, especially in small cities, will be sending in resolutions, and this should wake them up as to how they're going to vote on these House bills. So I think it's important that we follow through with strong language and join our other municipalities, that will also be doing it. Because that will be a strong reinforcement for them to think twice about how they're gonna handle local governments. And it does, these bills do strip local control so that the state would be giving us rules to follow that one size fits all, and that just doesn't work in the state of Michigan.
Mr. Brady?
My question just would be, are we directing staff to forward this resolution to anybody? Otherwise, we're just signing it and it stays here.
Right. Mr. Womack?
I think that's a given. You know, we will absolutely be sending to our state senator, state representative, and I'm sure I'll find other people to send it to as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other conversation? All right. With that, we're ready to vote. We'll take roll call.
Commissioner Glissman.
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, that brings us to E2, a resolution urging the Michigan Senate and Governor to approve House Bill 5537 to ban kratom. There's a suggested motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Petrie, seconded by Commissioner Glissman to adopt the resolution urging the Michigan Senate and Governor to approve House Bill 5537 to ban kratom. Any discussion? All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for the public benefit.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So kratom is, from what I can tell, a synthetic opioid that is legally sold at gas stations and party stores, and, you know, I'm honestly a little gobsmacked and shocked that this is not already illegal. You know, drugs are a bane on our society, and the fact that you can buy stuff like this at the gas station is just, it's been a shortcoming of the state of Michigan, I think, and long time coming. So hopefully the House, Senate, and Governor take this up and ban it forthwith.
All right, thank you, Mr. Womack. Any other discussion? Mr. Abbott?
Yes. So I had brought this up to our state rep a few years ago, as I was approached by someone who had taken it and told me that this should not be legal, that the state needed to do something about it. So I was surprised to see it online, which is, you know, provoked to look into the resolution. So this is kind of like the housing thing, you know. I think people use it for pain relief, different kinds of stuff. So whether they come back and figure something else out, I don't know. But the way it sits right now, it's not good for society.
If I understand correctly, and I'd like someone to tell me I'm right or wrong, there's no age stipulation on this, so a younger person can go by it under the age of 18. It's not, you don't need to show ID, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it's
That's-
addressed in the law at all, which is
Right.
very silly.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll take roll call vote on that one.
Commissioner McCarthy?
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood?
Yes.
Commissioner Brady?
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman?
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to agenda item F1, public hearings for the appeal for SDRK Group. We will, actually, Mr. Francis, how would you like to proceed with this one?
My understanding in speaking with the city manager is that the city commission would, or may, I guess depending upon the vote, desire for me to reach out to council for SDRK to see if there is a resolution that may or may not be agreeable that would ultimately come back to the commission if we can do that. If that's the case, I would recommend a motion postponing the decision regarding SDRK's appeal to allow me time to do that and come back to the commission.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Francis.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Based on Mr. Francis's comments, I will allow any clarifying questions directed at Mr. Francis at this time from the commission. Otherwise, if there are no clarifying questions directed at Mr. Francis, the chair would be willing to entertain a motion. Did you have a question?
Nope, I'll do the motion.
Okay.
If I may, before the motion is made, just because we don't know when this will actually occur and whether there's gonna be some back and forth, we might wanna leave the postponement date open, have staff identify an appropriate time to bring it back, but to also provide the commission with updates as it's an ongoing issue.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
I make a motion that the commission, for the commission to postpone a decision on the license renewal and direct the city attorney to discuss potential resolution with SDRK to see if there is a potential agreement that all parties might find acceptable.
Support.
All right. Motion by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Atwood. We will take a, well, we'll start with discussion if anybody has any. If there's no discussion, we'll go straight to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Petrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood?
Yes.
Commissioner Brady?
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman?
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, that brings us to G1, Administrative Reports, the third reading of Ordinance 2026-02, the zoning text amendment for Chapter 7, Article 717 on signs. Commissioner Petrie.
I move that we refer this zoning text amendment, Article 7-17, signs back to the Planning Commission for further consideration.
All right. Support. Support by Brady. All right. We have a motion on the table by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Brady to refer the zoning text amendment, Article 717 signs back to the Planning Commission for further consideration. Is there any discussion? Commissioner McCarthy.
So I had a series of questions for the city manager, which he was gracious enough to meet me at the doghouse and go over them. And Commissioner Petrie had way more questions. So the two of us met with him and we discussed this. And my concern with this originally, and graciously he's been working with me, was the original intent of our sign ordinance was to limit outdoor advertising signage. So you don't have signage blight or signage fatigue. But because of a court case, Reed versus the town of Gilbert, I think it was 2015, there was a desire or a need for communities to, for lack of better words, homogenize content requirements, meaning that you could no longer call perhaps a parochial school, you had to call it an institution. My question originally on this, I have a second big issue now, but the first question was why did the intent go from limiting of signage to homogenizing content? I mean, they're two opposite ends of the spectrum. And Mr. Womack said we could actually have both, you know, it could be both, so that's great. But the second thing then, that as we were talking to him, Commissioner Petrie asked him, so, and I do not want to offend anybody, but this was a conversation, we can't limit content in the city, right? And he said, really, we can't, you know, blah, blah, blah. She said, so someone could put a picture of a sign of a phallic symbol in their front yard or in their building? And he said, potentially, yes. And I said, well, where's the teeth in that? How do we not have something of that nature put in to the store next to an ice cream store or whatever? And so I walked away from that meeting a little concerned. So my question to the city manager and to our planning department is, do we have a clause within our signage for lewd signage? It is directly related to a case called Miller versus California. It happened in 2015. There's about 3 cases that do this. City, municipal communities can place a lewd signage clause. It has to meet the Miller 3-step process, which came from the Miller versus California court case. And so my question would be, just to bring it out there so that we're making sure that we're doing due diligence for the community, is that if we do not have a lewd clause, I looked, I couldn't find one, but that just means I ran out of time. If we don't have one, I would like the engineering firm, planning, and perhaps our city attorney to make sure that they create something like that that's in there just for protection to our community about signage. That was my second issue that I never had before until I read the.
If I may address.
Yes, please.
So you'll see subpart 3 of my memo that I've written there, to refer the mayor back to the planning commission, give that moral board more time to discuss concerns related to serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific messaging. As the city attorney will tell you, comes straight out of what case?
I'm sorry, I was reading the 3 tests, I'm sorry.
So that language specifically comes out of the Miller case. So I was aware we were getting at, and
Yes.
that's what we're gonna direct them to do, which I'm sure the city attorney and I will work on together.
Thank you.
That was just another concern that popped up after I talked to your office.
Thank you. Any other? Mr. Brady?
Yeah, I guess the question that I had was signage and whether window signs were gonna be allowed beyond the downtown area. So there are like major roads that have window signs, but is that, are we trying to give everything that we want now to give back to the planning, or can that be done, like, do we need to give specific direction as we give back to planning of what we want changed? Or can we follow up?
Let me address.
Yes, please.
So I understand what Mr. Brady is referring to, and it's one of the reasons I think this needs to go back to the planning commission instead of dealt with here at the commission level. I think there was a minor mistake made under the previous iteration of this ordinance, which needs to be looked at regarding window signage. Obviously, I'm aware of the concerns. The planning commission is not yet, although a couple of members are here. So my recommendation would be, if you have specific concerns, to write those down and present those to the planning commission as concerns that you have that you want them to have addressed. But I will also be working with the planning commission to help address those concerns.
Okay, so we can write them down and give them to you, and
Sure.
you can give them to the planning commission?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Any other conversation? All right. Seeing none, we will take a vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to G2, the first reading of ordinance 2026-03, zoning text amendment for Chapter 7, Article 7.4, and Article 7.13. There's a suggested motion here. Commissioner Brady?
I move to approve the first reading of the text amendments to Chapter 7, Article 4, multiple family residential districts, and Chapter 7, Article 13, to use requirements to permit attached single-family residential dwelling units by right in the RM1 and RM2 multifamily residential zoning districts and schedule the second reading for April 20th, 2026.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Brady, support by Commissioner Atwood to approve the first reading of the text amendments to Chapter 7. Is there any discussion?
If I may, just for the public.
Mr. Womack?
Thank you. So, as the commission's aware, we are a member of the, Mr. Atwood, could you help me with this one? Which? Redevelopment, ready communities, thank you. Which they're helping to push some of their thoughts regarding housing improvements. And I think it's a little bit better honed than the state of Michigan is trying to do for the legislature. But in order to keep our designation as an RRC community, we had to adopt a certain number of changes to our ordinances. I think there was 3 changes you had to adopt. We already had adopted 2 of them. This is the least intense of the other options that were available to us. And, you know, I think the important part is that it's in RM1 and RM2 only. Those are already our multifamily zones. They're very small portions of our city. And I think there were visuals in the packet, which I thought were pretty good. Basically, you're approving of like townhouses by right. So I think it's a minimal change, and it helps us keep our RRC status.
Any other? Commissioner Brady?
Yeah, I like this. I know there's been a lot of discussion about new development and new build, but to me, this is more infill. It's like trying to make available options wherever people can make sense of it. We do sometimes have houses that come down or can get replaced, and this to me is just minimal compliance with that so that we can keep our redevelopment ready status.
Right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Pucci?
I think for you, this would be the question for you, Mike, is I wondered what it cost us to be part of the redevelopment ready communities, to be certified. I'm sure there's a cost to that, and maybe it's minimal. I don't know. I just wondered what we pay to be part of that. And then will these single family dwelling units, will they be rentals or homeowners?
So I can address the second question. Just like any other house, you know, the owner could then put it up for rent. One of the other items we're going to discuss later on in the agenda is whether we want to put some kind of limitations on that ability. But, you know, as a homeowner myself, if I want to rent out my home, I'd like the ability to do that. But, you know, I've seen townhomes that are more like set up a condo association where each individual unit is owned, even though they share a wall with another unit. I think that's the better course of action, but, you know, that's a question for when the developer comes to town to talk about it. As far as the RRC cost, I don't think there's a cost to it. Mr. Atwood, do you know? Off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I do
Any
not.
staff person though? No? I think it's a question for Jim Hall.
Okay.
So I can report back if there's a cost to it.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to G3, downtown right-of-way. Commissioner Petrie?
I move that we approve the 9 downtown right-of-way licenses as presented.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman to approve the 9 downtown right-of-way licenses as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to item G4, Bodman PLC attorney billing. Commissioner Brady?
I move to postpone item G4 until the next regular meeting so that the commission can be provided with a full accounting of the work performed and the authorization for these services, as no supporting information was provided in our packet.
Support?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Brady, support by Commissioner Atwood to postpone the billing. until our next regular meeting. Any discussion? Commissioner Brady?
It was more than just until the next meeting. It was so that we can get a full accounting of the work performed and who authorized the work.
Madam Clerk, do you have that motion in full? No?
Not all the way, I'm still working on it.
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Petrie?
I have a question for Mr. Brady, Commissioner Brady. I'm sure you looked at the bill listing and you realized that we paid Mr. Francis's firm $5,607.50, and I'm wondering, did you inquire what we're paying him for? Or who authorized it, or what was discussed, or? We don't usually do that. We don't usually take one item off our bill listing and have it on our agenda. So my question is, why is it on the agenda again when we were already approved $10,000 limit? The $776 is part of the 10,000, so I don't understand what your point is.
Would you like the floor? Answer.
I just don't recollect this body making any direction to Bodman. I don't think that we voted asking them to perform any services directly, and here we are getting yet another bill. I don't even know what's on the bill. I haven't seen it. I was like, this is literally what I have. $776.26.
Same on here, Mr. Francis.
Point of order, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sustained. Mr. Brady, for the record, could you please cite the point of order that if I'm guessing correctly, before I sustain it fully for record?
It's your responsibility to state whether you have reasons for my point of order.
When you make a point of order, you cite what it is that the point of order is, because it's not a guessing game. I am guessing and anticipating what your point of order is, and I'm willing to sustain it, but for the record, I'd like you to at least cite what your point of order is.
That is your role as the chair.
Then I can't sustain a point of order if there's no citation, because I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna guess what it is that your point of order is that I need to make a ruling
Would you like
on.
me to just tell you what
Yes,
is going on?
please.
I had the floor,
Mhm.
and she was talking while I had the floor.
Mhm. Okay. Now please cite.
This is basic parliamentary procedure. Basic parliamentary procedure. One person at a time talks.
Mhm.
You don't get to just go back and forth with me in debate.
I understand that it's basic, but
It's
if you
your-
could please cite where it's coming from.
That's your job. That is the
It's my
of the-
job to make a ruling on it. I just need you to cite it, please.
I don't need to give a ruling. You're distracting
All right.
from important business of the city right now.
I agree with you that this is a distraction, so I'm not gonna sustain it. We're not gonna put the point of order on the minutes because there was no point of order that was cited.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
All right, then I guess we take it to vote. Commissioner Atwood, before we take any further discussion, we're gonna vote on the appeal, which is that I did not sustain a point of order without a proper citation from where that point of order is coming from. He explained the situation. Commissioner Petrie interrupted him while he had the floor, but he's failing to cite the authority or the point of order, and as the ruling presiding officer, I'm ruling that I can't sustain it without a citation of the authority. I understand what he's getting at, but I need that citation or I'm not gonna be able to make a ruling. So, he's appealing my ruling.
You didn't get a second though, right?
Correct. So he needs a second. So before we go, is that what you're raising your hand is to second his appeal?
Well, we didn't need a vote if there was no second, right?
Right, we're not voting yet, but are you making a second?
I'll second so we can
Okay.
vote.
All right, so let's do that. All right, so motion to appeal the ruling of the presiding officer that the point of order is not sustained or recordable without a citable authority. We'll take a roll call for it, please.
Mr. Mayor, point of parliamentary procedure. My objection was not to the way that you were handling my point of order. If we vote that if we vote right now that we don't have to take turns while we're talking, the vote is, do we have to take turns while we're talking? My point of order was that she shouldn't have interrupted.
I agree with you.
Then you should sustain it.
I would like to put it on record, and you just need to give me the authority that you're using your point of order. We're not voting that people can interrupt.
Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition.
Yeah. What chapter, please?
Can we seek counsel to find?
Yes, please. Here, would you like to use the book? Just, I would like to help you, Commissioner Brady. I want to sustain your point of order. But if we're going to record it, then we need to cite the authority, please.
This is your job. You're the chair.
My job is to make a ruling. If you're going to make a point of order, then be prepared.
Robert's Rules 47, Section 8. To decide all questions of order subject to appeal unless, when in doubt, the presiding officer prefers initially to submit such a question to the assembly for decision. Sorry, 47-7. Oh, there's a sticky note right on there. Should have seen that. 47-6, the presiding officer of an assembly, especially a large one, should be chosen principally for the ability to preside, should be very familiar with the bylaws and other rules of the organization, to recognize members who are entitled to the floor. Ms. Petrie did not.
Commissioner Brady, do you have a citable authority for your point of order, not for the point you're trying to make about my ability to rule on the point of order?
Oh, that she should not be talking while I have the floor? Yeah, we can find that one.
Yes.
If anybody on the computer finds it before me, feel free to speak up.
Commissioner Brady, if you would be willing to entertain a compromise, I was willing to sustain and have Ms. Petrie back down so that you can continue with the floor. But if it's going to be a point of order and we're going to record it in the minutes, then I need a citable authority. Otherwise, I'm fine with just asking her to remain silent while you retain the floor. And that's what I was going to move forward with. But I asked the clerk to not record it officially unless we had a citable authority. If you want it recorded officially, then please continue. All right, thank you.
I don't think that's it.
No?
This is all disruptions.
She can read it if you want to.
Yes.
Robert's Rules 331.
Right.
To claim the floor, a member rises in his place when no one else has the floor and says, Mr. President or Mr. Chairman, whatever's appropriate. That would be where it talks about one person at a time talking.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brady. If I could have that back. I think that's a little bit vague, and I'm gonna check one more reference for you. 4218. Madam Clerk, if you could record that Mr. Brady had a point of order about being interrupted, citing Robert's Rules. We'll go with 4218. When a member has been assigned the floor and has begun to speak, unless he begins to discuss the subject when no motion is pending or speaks longer in debate than the rules of the assembly allow, he cannot be interrupted by another member or by the chair except for one of the following purposes, and then only when the urgency of the situation justifies it. There's a great deal of reasons where he can be interrupted, which I don't think any of them pertain to the situation that occurred tonight, so I will sustain his point of order on the basis of Robert's Rules 4218. Not the chair's wasn't sufficient, but I think that one was a little more clear to help you out there, Mr. Brady. Moving forward, we were on the approval of the Bodman PLC being temporarily or postponed until the next regular meeting. Mr. Brady had just answered your question, Ms. Petrie. Mr. Brady, did you still want to continue with the floor?
Yes, please. So that the commission can be provided with a full accounting of the work performed and the authorization for these services, as no supporting information was provided in our packets. And frankly, I'm surprised that Bodman is willing to do this work without ever hearing from the commission as a whole.
Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Petrie.
I think a motion was made, I believe at the last meeting, but I've lost track when we made the motion to have one contact person. And it was, we voted for that to be Jeremy, or Mayor Hamm.
Okay. Commissioner Atwood, I saw your hand too.
Mr. Brady almost made the exact motion I had written down, except I was gonna request that Bodman attend the April 20th meeting and that we go into a closed session if possible to discuss, to provide a general briefing to the full commission on the scope of work completed to date, the status of labor, employment matters, and any potential legal exposure issues arising from the engagement. Under section 4.1 of the city charter, the Lapeer City Commission is the governing body of the city and holds its authority collectively, not through any individual member. Under 4.15, the commission is responsible for authorizing and overseeing the engagement and compensation of special legal counsel. Under the contract, the city is the client. I have another commissioner member over here who has no idea what's going on. I also have no idea what's going on. I understand things that, need not be public per se, but this is not the appropriate way to go about that. Respectfully, I understand creating a liaison, going through the mayor, I get that. But that creates a situation where information is filtered through a single individual. The client is a city, the governing body is the commission. Information should be available to the body as a whole, not dependent on individual access. So I would actually request that Bodman come to the April 20th meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Glisman.
I'm assuming Commissioner Atwood the long comments that you just made were just comments and not trying to make an additional motion, because you said something about a motion when you were discussing. So I'm assuming that there is not an additional motion or an amendment, that it was just your point of view. And I would reiterate that we already did vote on this up to $10,000, and we did vote to have the mayor be the sole person to have dialogue with Bodman.
All right. So, based on the conversation, I'd like to join in and have a voice as well. Yes, we did take a vote as a body, and we did approve a budget. We approved for the mayor to execute the agreement with Bodman, which there was some disagreement in terms of the implications of execute, the term execute and engage. And so we made that clear through a second motion in another public meeting, that engage would include a liaison to the body to represent the body, and that would be the mayor again. I have not gone into those meetings with Bodman PLC alone. I've always had a witness, and that is Commissioner Petrie as Mayor Pro Tem. The activities of that engagement are in fact available to you, Mr. Atwood and Mr. Brady. In fact, they come to the office and they're available to the staff. Unfortunately, we had the mishap of attorney-client privileged information being disclosed in one of the previous public packets. That didn't happen this time around. That's good. But that doesn't negate or take away your privilege as a commissioner to review that paperwork. It's available at the office. You can see our manager, or I believe it gets emailed directly to Ms. Bowman, directly to Ms. Bowman, so you can actually check with her. I'm sure she has it on file, or same with the clerk. That correspondence from Bowman is the breadth of what's being discussed. There are some private details that he leaves out of those correspondence that I'd be happy to discuss with you or Mr. Brady separately, not in quorum, but outside of a public meeting to protect privileged information. That offer has been extended to both of you and the entire commission earlier on, and has been the theme every time this topic comes up. But I do not receive phone calls from either of you on this topic. I do receive phone calls from the other commissioners regarding this topic, and when they have questions, I answer them thoroughly, and I don't keep anything secret or private. So to bring it to a public meeting when you know it's privileged information, and to continue to press like this, is more of a political maneuver than it is actually trying to get business done, and to work cooperatively together and collectively as a body. So I will leave it at that, and we will move forward with one more comment from Mr. Brady, because I think his second one was to answer a question.
Yeah, my question would be, did you just say that the way that I was handling business was political maneuvering?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it is.
He would know.
I would ask the public to refrain from being a part of this conversation and disrupting the meeting.
Let me make a point of order.
Go ahead.
I don't think you're supposed to make comments like that.
Okay.
About the way that I'm doing my job. I'm just doing my job, but you said that the way I was doing it was political maneuvering.
Okay.
I disagree with you, and I think you're breaking the rule when you do that.
Okay. So your point of order,
is that you need to,
I'd be happy to sustain it if you cite it.
that you need to refrain from making comments about my motive.
I think that that comment can be debatable, and I'm not gonna try to debate with you, because I think we already debated on one other point of order. I will just say that I withdraw that comment, if that satisfies you. Otherwise, you're welcome to search for the citable authority, and we can go further.
Yeah, so I'm not sustained unless I find it's rules and procedures,
We're not
B4.
gonna put a point of order on record without it being cited.
Rules and procedures B4.
But I am happy to not make that comment.
I believe it's rules and procedures B4.
All right.
Go ahead. I move to call the question.
Second.
Point of order, that's not, we have another already engaged business that we're settling right now. You can't just jump to call the question.
You just C4 or B4?
I think it's rules and procedures B4. It could be D4. I don't know. I try to keep all this stuff in my head.
Yep. All right. It's D6.
Thank you.
And we are well, I think, Mr. Brady, that you should have just accepted my offer to withdraw my comment and be satisfied that I was willing to just say, I withdraw that and I won't make it again. Because the only rule here that I think that could apply to what you're complaining about would be personal comments about other individuals should be avoided. And that's about it. And again, I think it could be debatable whether that's personal and not related to your job function or the actions that you're taking up here on this commission, which is allowable by that same rule in that same section. And that same rule applies to public commentary and engagement. We have a very controversial rule in there that some of our public has remarked has been an infringement on their freedom of speech. But unfortunately, you know, our rules are interpreted as they are to remain germane to the topic at hand or the officials' duties or their actions that they took on official matters, and to not be about personal character. And go ahead, Ms. McCarthy.
I'm wondering if Mr. Brady would consider pulling back your motion and have it restated that it includes Commissioner Atwood's have Bodman attend the April 20th. So it's the exact same thing you said, only that, and then it can go to vote because you're inclusive of both what you and Mr. Atwood would like. If you pull, there's a way that you pull back and then we say okay, and then you restate your motion again, and then it can go to vote.
If I may, so that might be considered a friendly modification to the motion? Is that what you're asking Mr. Brady to
I
consider?
love friendly.
I think that's how it's stated, yeah.
That was my original intention anyway, so yes.
Okay, so does he have to restate it? Or I don't know the rules, I apologize, I should stop.
Well, it should be restated. Maybe Commissioner Atwood could be helpful to the clerk on that, because she's already got the bulk of it down, correct?
Look at her face. Say yes.
Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. It'd be to postpone the Bodman bill till April 20th, request Bodman to attend the April 20th meeting to update the commission as a whole, and possibly go into closed session for attorney-client privilege.
All right, any other discussion? Commissioner Glissman.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to bring up the fact that Commissioner Petrie did call the question, and I did second it, and I just wanted to verify, so I did check with Robert's Rules of Order, and it says that debate is to immediately be ended.
Mhm.
So we have to do something about Commissioner Petrie's
Yes.
motion.
Yes, we could do that now that the point of order has been ruled on, which, Madam Clerk, it was clear that it wasn't sustained. I don't think I made it very clear. And so the point of order was not sustained. We couldn't find a citable authority, so you could either have it not in the record at all, or you can note that there was a point of order with no cited authority, and it wasn't sustained, or it was ruled that it wasn't sustained. Commissioner Brady, we're going to address the call to question
Mr.
now.
Mayor, I would like the
that we're
point
out
of
of the
order
point of order.
ruled to have a citation provided by you of why it was ruled.
Yes, so we'll go ahead and provide the citation to the clerk so she doesn't have to dig that up anymore. This was found in Section D of the City of Lapeer Rules and Procedures of the City Commission, Section D regarding voting and discussion, subsection 6, conduct of discussion, and it is the presiding officer's ruling that the point of order could not be sustained by the reading of that authority.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
And we're going to go from the ruling to an appeal. And we will take a roll call vote on the appeal, which is that Mr. Brady disagrees with the ruling.
Needs to be seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
The appeal, sorry.
I think, no, that was a different one. Okay, I'll wait for it then.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you.
So is there support for the appeal?
I'll second it.
All right.
Can I mean, we're just keep going around. I still have more questions that I haven't gotten to yet.
We can't though, Mr. Atwood. I'd love to get to them with you, but you just seconded a point of order appeal, so we have to deal with that.
Well, the question was made and I
Well, we
hadn't even
can't
asked
get there
questions
because
yet.
we're stuck in a process. So if you got more, let's get through this process, and I'd be happy to give the floor to you for discussion, okay?
Mr. Mayor, I believe you have the first chance to debate, and then I have the chance to debate.
Yeah.
Of the appeal.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm not going to debate on it. It's, for my part, it's very clear. I will, in fact, instead of debating, I will just read that section, which, by the way, Mr. Brady, you didn't even cite. I found it for you. In the future, when you have a point of order, you will cite directly. I will not search for it for you, okay? And then I'll make a ruling, all right? Conduct of discussion. During commission discussion and debate, the conduct of discussion will be, but not limited to, the following. Discussion and debate on agenda items will be limited to 30 minutes. You guys are 1 minute shy of that right now. 5 minutes each for non-agenda items. Matter requiring a more in-depth, longer presentation and discussion will be scheduled for a workshop and/or study session. The maker of the motion shall speak first, which we don't always do, but we have flexibility for one another. The supporter of the motion shall speak second. That's a right, and you guys can point of order on that if you feel like you didn't get called on in that order and you had something to say. No member shall speak until recognized for such purpose by the presiding officer. Which sometimes we don't adhere to either. After such recognition, the member shall confine discussion to the question at hand, which we also frequently violate. Personal comments about other individuals should be avoided. I believe this is the authority that you wanted your point of order to rest on, which I ruled against. When addressing other members of the commission, they shall be addressed by the title and/or last name, but not by first name, which we mess up every now and then, but we give each other grace. No member should request to speak a second time on a motion as long as another is requesting recognition to speak for the first time. Sometimes we don't follow that either. This entire thing, we breach about 90% of it at any given meeting, moment by moment. But Mr. Brady, you may now have your time for debate.
Yeah, thank you. I'm willing to extend grace for some things, although a lot of those, I get called on and you want to nitpick me with rules and things. You said I was political maneuvering. You crossed a line, in my opinion. I don't appreciate it. I think that kind of behavior and decorum amongst us, it goes to the same thing about when commissioners refer to people by first name. There's a level of respect that should be, we're all sitting here as elected officials on the dais. And you said that I was just political maneuvering. You've given us a bill, and I have no idea what the work is. It's not political maneuvering. It's not my job to call you and find out what you're doing with the lawyer. You are the mayor. You're the one reaching out. You should be providing the information to the commissioners. It's ridiculous that I have to ask for what is the city spending money on this attorney for. That is absurd. The people in the audience have no idea.
You are not being germane to your appeal. Your appeal is against my ruling. What you are now doing is arguing discussion about the agenda item, which is not where we're at in this conversation.
You addressed my motives. I was addressing my motives. You addressed my motives. You said that I was politically...
At this point, you're arguing for the motion. You're not addressing the appeal of the ruling.
I don't think that any of us should be able to say those kind of things from the dais about each other. I don't like the way that you talk to me, about me, or concerning me. So I raised a point of order to that effect. And if you rule that he can do that, I'm gonna start talking like that. I've been very quiet.
All right. So we will take a vote on Commissioner Brady's appeal to my ruling over Section D of our rules and procedures. Roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
No.
Commissioner McCarthy,
No.
Commissioner Petrie.
No.
All right. Motion fails.
Point of inquiry.
The ruling will stand. Commissioner Brady, your point of inquiry, please.
Are we amending the rules and procedures of the commission, or are we just not following those anymore? What are we doing with that? What did we just do?
I think what we just did was we supported a ruling based on the plain reading, not your personal feelings or opinions, which is what I think is what you're operating under right now. You didn't like that I called something out for what it was. It was an action. It was a description of mode of operation. It was not an assault on character. It was not
Mr. Mayor,
a
what are we
personal
doing?
attack.
What are we doing going forward?
I'm answering your point of inquiry.
But you're going back to the
What
discussion we
your
just had.
question was, are we just not following rules? And the answer is, we're following the rules, but you would like the rules to read to your personal feelings and opinions, but they don't, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. So we're moving forward to the call to question, which brings us to the actual motion, which is to postpone this bill listing to the next regular meeting, during which time I believe the motion also states that we will inquire of Bowman PLC to be present, and I think some information to be shared. Do you have the motion, Madam Clerk, the way that they had originally stated? Because
I'll tell you what I have.
Okay.
I have to postpone the Bodman building until April 20th, 2026 meeting, and have Bodman attend and provide an update to the commission as a whole, and possibly go into a closed session.
Very good. All right. We are going to take a vote on the call to question first, which I don't think we really need to, but let's do that first. Roll call.
Mr. Chair, if I may just, I think there's a lack of clarity right now.
Yeah, the call to question is that, you got to vote and say, yes, we're going to vote on the motion. We're not voting on the motion right now. Because there was a call to question, so we have to vote, is the call to question, are we going to stop dialogue and move to the motion?
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, if I may, for the clerk, it's a 2/3 vote requirement.
Yes,
So that's just so
that's
the clerk
correct.
is aware.
That's correct. So we'll take a roll call on that.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
All right, that brings us to the motion. We'll take a roll call on the motion as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The clerk did read a version of the motion, but I don't think I heard that you accepted that version of it. Is that the version that you would accept?
This would be a question for Commissioner Brady. It's his motion.
It's almost entirely Mr. Atwood's wording. My original was, I move to postpone item G4 until the next regular meeting so that the commission can be provided with a full accounting of the work performed and the authorization for these services, and no supporting information was provided in our packet.
And it was friendly amended, yes, by Commissioner Atwood, who also supports the motion. And I think you have that part, right? Commissioner Atwood, did it sound like she had it when she read it back? Okay, very good. So we will vote on that motion now with a roll call. Madam Clerk, could you repeat it out loud one more time before we take the roll?
Yes, to postpone the Bodmin bill until April 20th, until the April 20th, 2026 meeting. And have Bodmin attend and provide an update to the commission as a whole, possibly going into a closed session.
All right, we'll take a roll.
Commissioner Glidden.
No.
Commissioner McCarthy.
No.
Commissioner Petrie.
No.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Motion fails. Do we have an alternative motion for this?
I do.
Commissioner Petrie.
I'd like to approve the Bodmin PLC attorney billing labor miscellaneous in the amount of $776.26 and authorize the finance director to process the payment.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman to approve the Bodmin PLC attorney billing labor miscellaneous in the amount of $776.26 and authorize the finance director to process payment. I would ask for discussion at this time, but we are not going to take discussion since we are 8 minutes past the allowable time for one agenda item. So we will go straight to a roll call vote.
Point of order.
Can you please cite your authority?
You don't even know what my point of order is.
Well, your authority will tell me what the point of order is, or you can do it in reverse, it doesn't matter.
We get to discuss things before, you don't even want to discuss. You want to bury this so deep, you don't even want to discuss it before it gets paid. That's what I'm hearing. That's my point of order.
That's, all right. What authority is that point of order in that statement based on?
That we discuss things before we vote? This is like parliamentary procedure basics. We discuss things before we vote.
You used all your discussion time on this topic.
This is a separate item. You voted mine down.
This isn't a separate item. This is item G4.
Cool, don't pay it.
Okay, it's the same item that we've been talking for 39 minutes. All right, and what do we have here? The same section that we just discussed on your previous point of order. D6, discussion and debate on an agenda item will be limited to 30 minutes each. I'm sorry that you used all of that time with points of order and that weren't sustained, and arguments over call to question and personal opinions and feelings, but unfortunately, there's the rules, Commissioner Brady.
Mr. Mayor, is the
We
clerk
are
noting?
moving on with a
Is the
roll
clerk
call.
noting your reason for denying my point of order?
Madam Clerk, the point of order is not sustained because there is not a citable authority made by the maker of the point of order that can be sustained. And the presiding officer had discovered within the rules and procedures of the City Commission a rule that we are well past our time in 30 minutes on a single agenda item. And I will note that these points of order at this point, Commissioner Brady, I think you know these rules because that one was read to you in the previous point of order that wasn't sustained. At this point, a continuation of unsustained points of order will be considered dilatory going forward.
Is that a threat?
No, it is the facts of how we're going to proceed going forward so that we're clear on expectations.
Mr. Mayor, what's the procedure if we run out of time? Do we just rush it through the vote?
No, we move to a motion and a vote. And the motion can postpone something, but that one got turned down. And I think the discussion has already been had. So I think that aside from yourself, I think the rest of the commission would like to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question, and I know the city manager had a question, or he had his hand up at least.
Well, Commissioner Brady, we're not having any further discussion. Your point of order was not sustained. We're ready for a vote. I will entertain a brief comment from Mr. Womack if he truly did have his hand up, only because he did not have a chance to speak yet on this topic, and I'm willing to flex a little bit of the rules. Mr. Womack, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm trying not to interject myself on this because, you know, there's lots of politics going on here, but the reason why it gets placed into the agenda is because I don't have any knowledge about what work was completed in order to pay the bills. When Mr. Francis submits a bill, I review it, I make sure that all the work was done that's being billed, et cetera. I guess my question for the commission, and this is problematic because that would lead to debate, is do they have a basis of knowledge to vote on the proposed motion?
Commissioner McCarthy, can you answer that question, please?
Based on the conversations where I have asked questions and had responses, I could say yes, I can vote on this.
Commissioner Atwood, can you answer Mr. Womack's question, please?
Absolutely not. I mean, we have not, the charter's clear, like this is the authority of the city, everyone here. I have no idea who even started this, why, what. That is I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. This is not normal. It's not how it works. I've asked multiple people across the state of Michigan who has 20 years of experience in mayoralship. This is not normal. If we're gonna go into a closed session to discuss our charter officer, which we have one, it's in a closed session. That's all we've ever done. And if there's issues that come about, we handle it, we give direction, that's how you do it. Playing this round robin game where I'm supposed to call you and ask for information, we all were elected, we all share the same power. You can gavel me if you want, but I'm getting a little upset.
Commissioner Atwood,
that my
I'm not
voice
going to
isn't
gavel you
even
yet, but I will
being
say
heard.
that the question from Mr. Womack is what needs to be answered.
No, I don't have enough information
Okay,
to
that's
approve this
it.
bill.
We're done. Commissioner Petrie, can you answer Mr. Womack's question?
Yes, I have enough, I have
Okay.
enough information.
Commissioner Glissman, can you answer Mr. Womack's question?
Yes.
Commissioner Brady, can you please answer Mr. Womack's question? Commissioner Brady? Well, are you okay? Do you need some medical attention or something? Or do you need a brief break, Commissioner Brady?
Oh, that's condescending.
Can I alert the, Mr. Howe? Can you pay attention to the comments that are coming from the public and take note of where they're coming from, and if it happens again from the same individual, I'll ask you to remove them from the room. Thank you. Commissioner Brady, do you need more time? Do we need to adjourn for a brief break? Or would you not prefer to answer the question from Mr. Womack? All right. We're going to move forward, Mr. Brady. If you decide that you would like to answer that question, feel free to get my attention and I will recognize you. There are a majority that feel that they have enough information to vote on this. Mr. Atwood, you have indicated that you don't have enough information to pay a bill where services were rendered.
Any information.
Well, I wonder how it is that you voted for the bill listing. I'm sure you don't know anything about any of those items in detail that you're asking for here. Not in great detail.
You want to go toe to toe?
Imagine. Mr. Atwood, if you threaten me again like that, I will have you
You're
removed
threatening
from
my
this
character right now.
No, I'm not.
I don't have
made it.
any information
And
from the beginning, from hiring this law firm. None.
You're welcome to ask and inquire and get the information.
And what
It doesn't come
planet
to
is
you.
that
Ask a
okay to
question.
do?
Every planet. When you don't have an
That's
answer,
round
you ask
robin.
questions.
The business has to happen here, not on a phone call outside of City Hall.
Considering the
That's
nature of the
charter,
matter, it does
that's
happen
state
on
law.
phone calls, and that's what was
You
authorized
guys
to be
just
done.
admitted to knowing information outside of the city meeting.
Are you finished?
I think I'm done now. Can I get a drink of water?
If you have another outburst like that and threaten me again, you will be removed from this room.
Do it. That won't feel good for you.
It doesn't feel good to be asked if I'd like to go toe-to-toe and be threatened.
I don't like having my political motives questioned.
I didn't mean toe to toe in a fighting manner. I mean, right here.
I'm sorry, then you should choose your words more wisely.
Oh, when you get put in fight
Mr.
or flight,
Womack.
sometimes you say stuff you shouldn't.
You asked the question earlier, or you made a comment about how these things get on the agenda. It's very interesting, because if you're going to continue to do that, I would expect that you would put Mr. Francis's bill on the agenda as well, in a way that the gentlemen here who don't know
Cannot
what we're
order,
paying
point of
for
order. You can't order our
can
employees
see
to
all
do
of the,
something.
can see all of the, I'm just recommending that if you're going to continue to do that, it would be nice to see all of the bills on here very detailed in nature so that we can all do the business here that these gentlemen are suggesting. That we need to know everything about everything before we can approve a bill, okay? I think, you know, my statement earlier that keeps getting pressed, that it's a personal statement, is accurate, and that's why there's offense taken, and that's why we've been on the subject for so long. Commissioner McCarthy?
I believe by placing this on here after we've pre-approved it, that any expenses that come in under the $10,000 threshold creates exactly what's happening here.
Yeah. It's purposeful. And I called it, and the reason that we're in so much debate over it is because the people who offend are offended that they got called to accountability. Now, Mr. Womack, going forward, you know that you can email me. I am CC'd in those emails to Ms. Bowman, and it could easily be a question, Mr. Hing, can you confirm that this invoice is accurate? But it shows up here.
Mr. Ing, are you looking for a response?
No.
Other question. You've rambled on now for 15 more minutes after you said.
We don't need a call to question because we are ready for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Atwood.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if you could just repeat the motion so that they're clear on what they're voting on at this time.
To approve the Bodman PLC attorney billing labor miscellaneous in the amount of $776.26 and authorize the finance director to process payment.
Point of order.
No, we're done.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Can you please cite your point of order?
Well, I don't have to look it all up, but other members were allowed a chance to speak. My specific.
What is the point of order, please?
I feel as though that my specific right to participate in debate on this issue is being withheld from me. Other members have been permitted to speak.
You have spoke more than the allotted amount of times
Not
that
on
is
this issue.
stated inside of, yes, on this issue, yes. And so your point of order is not sustained. There's no citation of authority. There's no basis for it. Based on the clerk's, you repeated the motion. I don't think we need to repeat it again. We'll take a roll call vote for it.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Let's vote for the, do you have a second? Is there a second? You want?
Why is everybody looking at me?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Atwood. Motion doesn't have support. We move on to the roll call on the motion at hand.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Brady,
I would again seek to be excused from this vote with consent, with unanimous consent, as I have no information, and I have not been permitted an opportunity to ask questions.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Wait, what are
This
we?
this is to
For him not to vote.
unanimous consent that he can be excused from his duty to vote.
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner Brady is excused from his duty to vote on this agenda item. I'm guessing, Commissioner Brady, that you are stating that you have inadequate information upon which to base a reasonably informed vote and shall state the particulars of the information desired, which you have. And it has been unanimously agreed that you can abstain from this vote. Continue.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Motion carried. That brings us to G5, Highway Safety Improvement Program, Grant Opportunities Row.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move to approve the row proposal in an amount not to exceed $3,000 and authorize the city manager to sign all necessary documents.
Is there support?
Support.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, support by Commissioner Atwood to approve the row proposal in the amount not to exceed $3,000 and authorize the city manager to sign all necessary documents. Any discussion? Commissioner McCarthy?
So this is, if I understand correctly, this is where they're going to do a study in order to put in a narrower roadway, two-way roadway, in west, well, there's a center lane and one way each way, sorry about that. We got a picture here, I apologize. East of 24 on, what's that street? Anyways,
Madison. Is it Madison?
no, what is this street? Oh, it's on, Genesee, I guess. It's on Genesee Street. Anyways, this has come up in the past, and in this one, I think what it's suggesting, if I understand correctly, is they're going to put in, instead of doing this full-blown analysis, it costs a lot of money. To save the city money, they would put in a test. Looks like it's test. It's gonna be built there kind of temporarily so that they can test it. And so that's how I read this. I'm just gonna say that on my personal situation that's happened to me, that this area, first of all, when people come north on M24 and make a right to travel east on Genesee, they have a tendency to speed up, they kind of crank it. And when you're crossing at this area, coming from west to east, you're coming up over hill and down. So the people that are crossing south to north specifically, they don't have a good view from the left, from coming from the west. And the reason I know this is because I was T-boned here and almost died right at this spot. And so I believe if you build it, they will come. And my big concern about this is, you know, I'm a safety freak, and I got T-boned and it wasn't my fault. And my car was like gone, but I got out of the car. It was amazing. So the point being is that this is also an area where people will go clear to the light to make the turn, to come to cross over the street, to go into the park, etc. And but if you build it, then more people will use this section. They'll use this little island area that's been pre-designated. And my concern is I don't want to risk anybody to get smacked with a vehicle like I got smacked with a vehicle. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. It was pretty scary. So I just really have a hard time putting a crosswalk on this road that would in any way have people crossing there to go north and south. And I know a lot of people want it, bikers want it, I get it. But if you walked away from the car accident like I did, you'd be very concerned. That's it.
Thank you. Any other conversation? Mr. Brady?
Yeah, I bike through that area quite a bit, and I share your concern. I've also crossed right at the library, and with all of the left turning people really trying to, really the problem is at that left, or that right turn from 24 onto 21. People have permission to go on their red light, but they don't have time to see the pedestrians standing at the corner. So at least I think a part of the intention is to move traffic down to the park, down to where they can see up the hill both ways and make a better judgment for themselves. There's also, people are gonna be crossing 24 through the tunnel more frequently, which we've already built. It's almost already done, almost. And so you're gonna have people getting emptied into the park, and they're gonna want to go to downtown, and how are they gonna get there? They're gonna cross. They're not gonna go back up the hill to the corner to the closest pedestrian crossing. They're gonna cross at Hungry Howie's. So that would be my, I don't love it, but I don't love where they have to cross now. So that's where the traffic studies and the feasibility would come in, and some of the non-permanent installation, I think, would make more sense. If we're gonna do something, I'd like to see it kind of slow and steady so we can see the problems. It could be problems, I don't know, until it's in there, really. So that's why I support the temporary.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add one minor thing.
Yes.
So this is all true, what Commissioner McCarthy's indicated, but this is also a grant opportunity that Joe is seeking to help us pay for this if it's the direction the commission wants to go. So the $3,000 is for them to do some studies, but also to submit a grant application that would help pay for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Petrie?
I agree with Commissioner Brady in that the right turn on red is a problem, 21 and 24, that whole thing. So my suggestion would be contact MDOT, see what we can do to that intersection. We already have lights there. To put an island for people to cross on will give them a false sense of security. There's not going to be any blinking lights, no stop lights. I think kids will try to do that are incapable of making those decisions. I think there are some bikers that could be incapable of doing it because it is a very hard area. Somebody coming down the hill from this street or the other street, very hard to see traffic, or when they can go, they're not looking for pedestrians either. So I think wasting $3,000 on something that could kill somebody possibly is not a good use of our money. If somebody got hit by a car there or another car got hit, I mean, it talks about going down to 3 lanes, a road diet, and I don't remember approving a road diet, which I think that's so snaggled there right now. To take it down to 3 lanes and only 1 turn lane is gonna congest that area. I just think it's a waste of time if we're not interested in having people cross in an unsafe area. And I disagree, Stefan, when I'm in the, okay, Mr. Brady, I'm sorry. I
Mr.
use
Mayor,
the
I raise a
stairs.
point of order.
Sustained.
Sorry, okay, I'll say it to
Just
the
for
audience.
the clerk's benefit, Mr. Brady, I mentioned to you earlier that I would need that citation, please. I'm happy to sustain it, but I need the citation for the clerk's benefit. This isn't because I want to be difficult for you, but we should be trying to make our staff's life easier. Yes.
I would look at Robert's Rules 2315. The chair rules whether the point of order is well taken or not well taken, stating briefly his reasons, which are recorded in the minutes. The chair's reasons. 2314 says when the chair asks the member to state his point of order or what words in the debate he objects to. And I objected. I thought it was pretty obvious to all. We've read it 6 times already this meeting. Your duty is to state the reasoning for your ruling. It's not my ruling.
But I can't give a ruling on something.
The member
that isn't
should be
stated.
in order, sir. The member should be in order. It's not my job. It's not even your job. It's her job to be in order. The rules are the rules.
All right. Thank you for yelling and pounding on the table to state
Stop it.
absolutely nothing to cite the authority of your point of order. And just for that, I will only sustain on the authority of our rules and procedures, section D, subsection 6. When addressing other members of the commission, they should be addressed by title and last name, but not by first name. And yes, you may finish.
I was still finishing. I disagree in the fact that people will go right to the parking lot and pour out of it. I, for one, always use the stairway to go back up, especially if I have my grandkids, because I want safety. So the stairs are there to use them to go back up, and you're close to the intersection to cross again. And I'm not certain why every single person that goes through the tunnel wants to go to downtown. They may not. They may want to go over and ride to Walmart, or I don't know what direction they're going to go, and I don't even pretend to know, or it's not important. The safety of our residents and people crossing there is what's important to me. The end.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Atwood.
Yes, I think the whole point of going from 4 lanes to 2 with a turn is actually more geared towards slowing down traffic and public safety. Downtown Oxford did it and added sections in the middle, and it's worked out well for them. It's a grand opportunity. It's $3,000 bucks. It's not that much. And it is for, the whole grant is for public safety. You can't say we're putting people in harm when we're getting a grant to make transit for all people safer. Those two don't kind of go hand in hand here. So, what's the name of the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant opportunities? I don't think they would provide grant opportunities for unsafe projects. That makes no sense.
Thank you, Mr. Atwood. I will say that just because the name of the grant has the word safety in it doesn't mean that we make the safest decisions with the money once we have it in our hands. That's a fallacy.
The state
Commissioner
wouldn't give
Glissman.
it to us.
Excuse me. You didn't have the floor anymore. I have the floor, and I'm about to give it to Commissioner
You're being
Glissman.
partial to what I just said. You're supposed to just run the meeting.
I'm not being partial. I'm pointing out a fallacy
just-
of logic.
How is that a fallacy of logic?
Just
The
because
state wouldn't approve the
something
grant for us if we
I'm not
thought
going
it
to
was
debate
unsafe.
with you. I have a right to have a voice in these meetings, the same as you. And you are speaking out of order. I'm surprised that Commissioner Brady didn't yell a point of order right away. It's shocking.
Again, your tone is being very malicious.
Okay,
and
so
joking.
keep speaking out of order and keep yelling
some
at
point of
me
order. I'm not
because
yelling.
I pointed out a logical fallacy.
Well, someone want to order me then. I want to be on record. Point of order.
Commissioner Glissman.
Mr. Mayor, boy, we got off track there for a second. I've traveled on Genesee Street, and I think it's already very dangerous. I don't know if a island in the middle solves the problem or not. My whole thinking is the whole street needs to be rethought of. Can it be widened? Can other things be done? I would really like to know the data on islands in a similar situation, not anecdotal. I mean, I could, I'm from the city of Rochester, lived there 25 years, and we had specific things for safety. So I would really like to know if there's any data on putting an island in such a busy place. And I find it hard to believe that if you've got 4 lanes and you take it down to 3, that you've made it more safe. That doesn't sound logical to me. It sounds like you're putting more traffic in a concentrated area. But I see Mr. Womack is going to come and give me some data.
Done? Commission, I'm sorry, Mr. Womack.
Thank you. So just in brief response, Ms. Glissman, it sounds like you want this study because you want the information to consider as you consider whether you want to put an island there or not.
Is that a question to me?
I think so.
I don't know that I want to do the study because I don't know what other communities have done to solve that kind of problem. I guess I would want more information before we spend $3,000, even though $3,000 in the scheme of things isn't very much. And also I'd like to know what the grant amount would be. So we spend $3,000 to get how much?
Mr. Womack?
So I'll just, I don't have any studies at hand, but, there's a lot of engineering that goes into safety. The reduction in number of lanes slows traffic down. The addition of a traffic island in the middle narrows the roadway, which also slows traffic down. And providing pedestrians a safe location to stop midway through also promotes safety. I can get you those numbers and information, but the real issue here is that this grant has to be submitted by May 1st. And I don't know if Roe will have sufficient time, if they start 2 weeks from today, to submit that application.
All right, very good. Any other discussion? Commissioner Petrie.
Do you know how much the grant is?
I don't. You can see on page 171 of the packet that there's 14 million plus and 2 million plus and 6 million plus for various aspects of the programs. My suspicion is that they would be asking for a certain percentage of the overall proposed cost of the installation of the island, minus whatever the match is. But if the commission, is potentially interested in putting an island there in the future, there's no downside here other than the $3,000. But I would guess you're probably looking at $75,000 to $100,000 in cost at least to put an island in.
All right. Any other discussion? Yes.
My question would be, what would the city's responsibility for the finances be on that?
I just realized that there is Mr. O'Meara in the audience. I don't know if I want to call him out and if he has any answers to these questions. I apologize, Mr. O'Meara.
Perfectly fine.
Exciting. Paul O'Meara, Row Professional Services. Well, just to clarify, we're not really studying anything at this point. The commission did approve the 4 to 3 lane conversion in the past. We presented this, there's actually 2 grant opportunities. One has to do with the 2 pedestrian signal improvements at 2 intersections, which is the first part of the memo. And that's actually more expensive work. That would be about a $200,000 construction cost. The city would pay only 10% of that plus the engineering cost, if that grant's approved. And then the island is actually relatively inexpensive. That's about a $40,000 construction. And again, it would be 90% paid for.
It's only up by $35,000.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any questions?
Yes.
Was that information in our packet?
The information about the grant?
Yeah.
Yes, that's part of my letter to Mr. Womack.
Thank you. I knew that, I was just clarifying for everyone else.
Any other questions for Mr. O'Meara? No? Thank you. All right, any other discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. Madam Clerk, roll please.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
No.
Commissioner Petrie,
No.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to item G6, which is the special event Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer. We'll start with a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer Wednesdays and Saturdays, May 9th through October 24th, 2026, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Historic Courthouse Square.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Glistman to approve the Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer special event. We'll have some discussion. Any discussion? Ms. McCarthy?
I only have two things because I put all the things that people are asking on a calendar so I could see where we had crossover. We do not have it yet. We're having it tomorrow morning. I verified before the meeting started, but we will get the America 250, which they have the Marsalis jazz group coming to the historic courthouse on the front steps and blah, 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 on Saturday, June 20th. So the farmer's market is asking to have, and they take over the pavilion and they take the whole front of the courthouse, but that would be the day that we're doing the downtown picnic for America 250. And so there could be I love Denise Becker and I love the farmer's market, I go by all the time. I'm just not sure if it would be we would be able to accommodate them when the night before, they'd have to set up the tent. There's big tents and stuff that are going out to this picnic. And so much of the area that Denise might be in could be covered with a tent, because they were gonna do that on the front lawn. And then the pavilion stuff might be needed for the event. So that was one day that I thought that we might have to come back to the Historic Farmers Market and say that there could be a potential conflict. And then the second one is that they also show Saturday, July 4th. I don't know what the city plans, if it's a parade or anything like that downtown for that day. So there were just 2 days on that schedule that felt that would be potential conflicts, but I don't know what we as a commission would do about that.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Atwood?
Maybe I misheard Commissioner McCarthy, but we have the farmer's market application here. Is the other event put in an application yet? Did I mishear? Or
I clarified it's coming in tomorrow morning. She didn't get it in, and I understand that, but America 250, it's kind of a big thing happening, and the contracts was signed. I mean, they're paying $50,000 for this guy to come in to play on. It's not the historic courthouse, it's America 250 and the Pix Theater and the Chamber of Commerce and et cetera. We're just aware of it because they were willing to share the information with us in advance. It's the county courthouse, it's DAR, it's Chamber of Commerce. I mean, there's about 7 or 8 different entities all putting this together. I just, I don't think Denise is gonna have a problem with this, okay, I just don't. But I just want to be able to raise the flag that there could be a potential issue. I get exactly where you're coming, because I thought that too. I know, like, first come, first serve, but I also think that Denise, I don't know if Denise Becker is actually participating in the America 250. If not, she probably should, and then I'm pretty sure that she's probably gonna, figure it out.
I'm sorry, you just raised a point that I have a question on, and maybe the two of you combined have the answer. Do we have a policy as a commission to only approve event applications at first come, first served basis? Or is that a presumption that we're operating on? Because we've also declined events just because, I mean, I don't think we have to give a reason, but we've declined them too. You guys have an answer to that?
I don't.
Okay. Commissioner Brady.
I believe we do have to have a reason why we're declining them, but it might be crossing over with something else. Is there not something at the end of the special event? When we were talking about bikes the first time, we gave a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And we were pretty specific that it was about it interfering with the traffic because of the construction downtown. We may want to have a reason.
I think it's good to have a reason, but I think the question is more, do we have a policy about first come, first serve?
My gut says I think we do, and it's probably worth finding out.
Yeah, it would be. I also note that we do see that the event is in our packet and does have all the information I think we're asking about, but if there is a first come, first serve, there's...
If I could address that, Mr. Mayor, briefly?
Yes, please.
I think my policy, and I think the staff would agree with this, is we have a first come, first served policy for events that we know are coming and have traditionally been held in the past. It's been my experience in the past that sometimes people say, oh, wait, I've got an event coming and I'm new to town, I've never held it before, but hold this date open for me. I'm not gonna do that for somebody who just showed up and has no proven history of holding their event. I understand that the American 250 people are very serious about their event. They're very likely to be submitting their event. I think there's a couple of ways we could maybe resolve this issue without getting into a debate about reasons for denial, et cetera. You know, we know that the farmers market's a regular event that happens every year. But we've also had instances in the past where we've had conflicts. So you could authorize staff to work with them to find an alternative location on days where they might have a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could just state as a modification of your own motion that they're not allowed to hold their event in the downtown on June 20th and July 4th, whatever you think is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes everybody happy and leaves enough flexibility that we can maybe work with them to find alternative locations.
Right. Commissioner McCarthy.
I have 2 points.
Mhm.
The first is I'd be willing to reach out, if you say yes, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, I'd be willing to reach out to Denise Becker, because she's on my courthouse board, so I see her all the time and I know her personally. So that, I would be willing to say, you know, what do you think about this? If we, you know, and try to find an alternative, or you can, whoever. And the second thing is that we have someone in the audience who is very clearly on top of this, and if we would allow the brief opportunity for them, like our engineer, if we would have let Mindy stand up a moment and speak to this, she might be able to give us clarity. Because she's it.
Sure.
She's it. Hi, I am on the Farmers Market Board. We intentionally got our special application event application in because we knew this was going to be an issue. So we would be happy to work with you. We're meeting Friday morning. We just don't want to get run over, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
We want to be able to work with you, so.
All right,
So,
thank
but
you.
yeah, we did intentionally get it in because we knew we needed to do it quickly.
Very good.
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy.
I want to ask, may I
Yeah.
ask her one question? Would it be a possibility if we could get the waiver that instead of being across the front of the courthouse, that if it had to happen that day, that it was across the back of the courthouse? In between.
I don't feel like I am qualified to make a decision about that. That would be, partly would be up to the county probably as well, because it's the county courthouse.
Right.
So, but we are meeting Friday morning,
Perfect.
so.
Thank you so much, Mindy. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other? Commissioner Brady.
Our ordinance 52 just talks about our special events. I would ask our city attorney to weigh in on the situation.
Mr. Francis?
Yes, Mayor, there's nothing that I saw, I was looking through the ordinance that suggests a priority.
Okay.
I don't know whether there's a policy. There is a requirement that if it's denied, it shall be in writing with the reasons set forth.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
one of the reasons that the Pix Theater and Jill hasn't turned in an application yet is that she had to wait for the funding. What she has planned is really a big deal for the city, and it's not being paid by the residents of the city. She's getting other people to help, and she's getting grants, and she just, it takes time. It takes time for you to write a grant, get the money, contact people. So that's why it's just not in yet. And Commissioner McCarthy says that she will probably turn that in tomorrow morning. Myself and my husband, we go to farmers market on a regular basis, and we talk to Denise on a regular basis, and I think that Denise is a wonderful, sweet, logical, smart woman. She's been running it for a long time. That there won't be a problem to work out a solution, and I think Mindy would agree with us that there will be a way for those two dates, June 20th and July 24th, for the farmers market to work around. We're all trying to help each other in this case. So I would say we can pass the Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer for the dates that they've chosen, with a caveat to June 20th and July 4th to work out something different.
All right. Mr. Brady.
I don't mind that as long as that gets changed in the motion. The one reason for possibly denying is that if it's commercial use versus public benefit, specifically July 4th would be a pretty good example of public benefit to use the streetway for the parade, or just for a public picnic or something like that. But this is primarily for commercial purposes. So I think we could deny it based on that if we needed to, and they could try again. Or if we wanted to do it the other way, I think you need to change your motion first.
Thank you. Commissioner
Would this
McCarthy.
just be then an amendment to the original, that we would approve it other than June 20th and July 4th? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may inquire of the clerk. So, Madam Clerk, our past history has been to withdraw the motion and withdraw the second. Would that be your preference in this instance? So I guess the request from the clerk for the clarity of the minutes would be for the motion maker to withdraw the request or their motion, and have the second also withdraw.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my motion to approve the historical farmers market of Lapeer motion that I just put in.
Okay.
Second was
Support.
good.
Okay. All right. Is there a new motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I make the motion that we approve the historic farmers market of Lapeer Wednesdays and Saturdays, May 9th through October 24th, 2026, except for June 20th and July 4th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the historic courthouse square.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner McCarthy, approved, or support by Commissioner Glissman to approve the Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer special event with the exception of June 20th and July 4th. Any discussion?
Doesn't that just, I mean, that just kicks them out of the courthouse area with no discussion? I think she said she was gonna discuss the solution. That's coming up with a solution with no discussion, or no resolution.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Womack.
I guess I was going to ask just a clarifying question. I don't think the motion needs to change, but just for my understanding, it would be my understanding then that the staff would work with the farmers market organizers to potentially find alternative locations that are not in the courthouse square. Is that my understanding of your motion?
It was not included, but yes.
Okay. Staff has an understanding of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And if, before we vote on it after the discussion, or maybe before the discussion, because I think the discussion is going to have questions on the specifics of the motion. Mr. Womack, you say that staff understands the motion. Can you either state it the way that you think it should be recorded and voted on, or defer that to the clerk.
I'm not gonna attempt to modify the motion
Okay.
of the commissioners, but my understanding of that motion, even though it was unstated, is that the farmer's market can be held those days, just not in the historic courthouse square. So
Right.
staff will work with those organizers to find an alternative.
Specific to those dates, that
Correct.
there's arrangements that need to happen for those dates for a specific location. And that's what the motion, I think it should read that specifically, rather than the way that Commissioner McCarthy stated it, because it came across a little differently, and I agree with Mr. Atwood's concern.
I guess, Ms. McCarthy, is that your understanding of the motion you made? The proposed modification as I understood it?
It is, but I understand for the recorded record, they would want to have a clear intent in regards to alternate locations being found. So my question is, can I do a friendly amendment, or someone do a friendly amendment, and then we add to it, or may I ask the clerk her suggestion for what we have to do on this?
I will just suggest that the friendly amendment would be, as you stated and intended, that we approve the Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer special event on the condition that there will be further dialogue with the event planners to coordinate location and timing on the June 20th and July 4th dates. Does that work, Mr. Womack?
I think if Ms. McCarthy accepts that as your friendly motion.
I accept.
Okay.
In a second.
I accept.
And Ms. Glissman, second. Okay. Discussion. We'll start with Commissioner Brady.
Are we setting a precedent that we can modify people's special event applications? I'm concerned about that. Whether we can just change things. I would love to be able to just change things and cancel out dates that we don't want to have and that kind of thing. It just, my preference as a body would be to deny and let them try again. I know it kind of muddies the water. This is totally not an issue, but I could see where it could become an issue in the future if that precedent were being set.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
1 second. Yes, I would like you to, but I do think, Mr. Womack, I'll ask you this question, that way you can work it into your response. We do have a member of part of that event plan in the room, and we could call her back up and see if this motion works for an approval, and which I think she stated that they wanted to work with staff and get this through. So I think that already answers the question, but just in case for clarity, I think that we could rely on that. We can ask for that clarification and agreement there. I don't know that it's necessarily setting a precedent of amending people's applications. We have someone who can speak to their application in the room. Mr. Womack, please.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I'm going to agree with everything you just said, but I do think that authorizing the staff to work with the event organizers to find some flexibility is probably the appropriate course of action in this circumstance, because there's a number of alternatives that could come out of that meeting. I mean, we do have somebody here who's indicated their willingness to work with us, which I think is strongly indicative of the fact that I will likely find a solution that everybody can be happy with. I've been given direction from the board. I feel confident in saying what the direction is. Now, if in a different circumstance, if I were to go try to negotiate some kind of alternative with the event organizer and they disagreed with, or we couldn't come to a resolution, that could always then come back to the board.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see it as necessarily approval or denial. It's authorizing the staff to finalize some of the details.
Mr. Womack, would it be better if the motion was to postpone the approval of the event in order to coordinate with the event organizers? We have done that. We've denied as well. I think Mr. Brady is onto something with denying in terms of a precedent when we feel like modifications are in order. We have done that. In fact, one of those events that we're going to get to tonight has been through that process would it be better that we go that route, either postpone or deny in lieu of modification and further discussion?
I think either course of action is appropriate. Both, I think, are legal. I think you're losing a little bit of the flexibility if you just postpone, but that wouldn't be inappropriate.
Okay.
I obviously can report back to the board the resolution that I believe I found, seek unanimous approval that way. But postponing would also be acceptable. But again, similar to the previous issue with the grant, they want to start May 9th. The second meeting of this board isn't until April 20th, and then it might be late for them to organize some things.
All right.
So I think either is appropriate, but I would recommend first.
Mr. Brady, in light of Mr. Womack's suggestions and response to both of our questions and comments, do you feel that there's a need to amend or correct the motion?
Yeah, I already said that.
Yeah, but in what way? I'm soliciting your suggestions.
Why?
Because you raised the concern, and I think it's a valid concern.
My concern is about setting a precedent. I don't care what we do with the courthouse, farmer's market. I don't care.
Well, setting the precedent is part of the motion, so since you raised that concern, I'm asking.
Yeah,
for
we should
your-
tell them no, and then they should come back.
All right.
That's what I think.
All right.
I don't like, oh, well, we know somebody who really wants that day, and they're our best friend, so we're gonna do that first. I don't like that. I think we should tell them no, tell them why. If they wanna come back, they can come back. That's fine. That's exactly what we're doing with this other group, so, sure.
Very good. Commissioner McCarthy?
I'm not really personal friends with anyone, but I really want to give Denise the most amount of time to plan. It starts quick. She has a lot of vendors that have to come. They have to dedicate, they have to pay money for their stalls, they have to coordinate. So knowing that there's 2 days that, out of the whole summer, that she might have to flex a little bit and Miss Schwab and Mrs. Schwab and Ms. Becker work with us, work with the city. I think that gives her the maximum amount of time. It's a big lift, and they have a small group that lifts this year in and year out. I'm just trying to make sure that, my goal would be to pass it so she has the maximum amount of time to get all of her vendors in and do everything. And again, if we wait until the next one in April, it's pushing it down where, she's trying to, she doesn't have that guarantee, and she's trying within a few weeks to have the thing open and have everybody show up. I'm just trying to be
Mr. Mayor.
considerate of the amount of lift she has within a short window of time.
Sure. Commissioner Brady?
I don't see that that's not you getting the event for the courthouse that you want to have. Like, I understand the lift that they have to do. Let them do every day. If it's so important for them, let them do every day. You want your event to be able to go on. That's what's really happening.
Commissioner
I'm
McCarthy?
so sorry, I just have to say this. I'm not involved with that event. It has nothing to do with the courthouse. The courthouse the Pix Theater has worked with the county of Lapeer. I've not gone to one meeting. We're doing nothing. The only thing I agreed to do, that I would be a docent that day for free to walk people through the courthouse to see the restoration. But the Friends of the Lapeer County Courthouse in no way have any footprint in that event. We've not been involved. It's been county buildings and parks, it's been the Pix Theater, and it's been America 250. I haven't been to a meeting, I'm nothing. That is happening on the front of the courthouse lawn and the steps, I just got told that at my last Friends Board meeting. I had no idea. It was like a giant dump, and we're all like, really? But we're not involved.
All right. Any other discussion?
Are any of the other members on this board involved in America 250 planning? Like, should anybody be recusing themselves from this vote, or we're good for it?
I suppose this is directed at me. The America 250 committee here is more or less your ideas and plans in. We kind of are a newsletter out We're trying to we're cheerleaders to get different groups. For example, we would like the Young Marines to participate, but no way do I or any of the people who have been attending meetings dictate or make plans for other people. For example, Ladies of the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Nipissing chapter, local here, came to our meetings and said, oh, we're so excited about America 250. We want to do this. They did it all on their own. We didn't give them any money. There's no citizens paying for what the Daughters of the American Revolution did. They actually paid out of their own dues and pockets a lot of money to put on that event. The same with the Pix Theater and Center for the Arts. They raise their own money. They're not taking money from the citizens. They are getting grants, raising their own money. I have nothing to do with their plans. Basically, we just get the people together, come up with ideas, and the different organizations throughout the city and the county plan their own events. But it was a way for us to have springboard of ideas, and it was a way for us to have, I hate this term, but I'll use it anyway, garbage in, garbage out. You're gonna do this, okay, let's let everybody know what we're gonna do. No one has mandated, city manager hasn't mandated, so the two events that are being planned, especially that June 20th event being planned, I have nothing to do with. That's Miss Jill Lyons' event as the director of Pix Theater. Did I answer your question?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Brady?
Yeah, you did, but when it comes before this board and you're sitting here, it looks as though there's a conflict of interest. I just think that there's a case that it would probably be the most transparent thing to do to say, hey, I'm heavily involved with this. Those are my friends that are doing this thing that I'm supportive of. I should probably just not vote on this one. I think we'll pass it anyway. Like, it's not a big deal. It just doesn't look great the way that it's, hey, we have this other thing that we want these people to be able to do, but this group had theirs in first, but we're telling them you can, but you can't do these dates. It doesn't look great. Mr. Mayor, I raise a point of order.
Sure.
She's interrupting me while I have the floor.
I apologize.
Okay, sustained. For the same, Madam Clerk, this is the second point of order of that nature. I don't think we need to find the authority. You can copy it from the previous one. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, it just seems to me like it would be appropriate to just state the conflict, potential conflict, appearance of conflict, maybe, and just vote on it.
I will ask Commissioner Glissman if she feels so compelled to state any appearance, if you feel compelled, but I will defer to Mr. Francis first and just clarify that in our rules and procedures, section D, subsection 4, duty to vote, and because we've only cited portions of this earlier for Mr. Atwood's recusal, I'll just read from here to be more transparent for the public. Whenever a question is put before the presiding officer, every member shall vote, provided, however, that no member shall be required to if, and this is 2 reasons, the member shall have a conflict of interest and state his or her conflict of interest, or reason number 2, the member has inadequate information, which we read earlier for Mr. Atwood, except for absence from a prior meeting, shall not constitute that basis of lack of information, provided, as Mr. Womack had pointed out, that the meetings aren't being corrected or amended, which is further down in an exception clause. But the conflict of interest is governed and referenced here in Charter Chapter 6, Mr. Francis, if you're following along and looking up so that you can give your opinion. Section 6(7)(b), which states, no member of the commission shall vote on any question in which he has a financial interest other than the common public interest, or on any question concerning his own conduct. On all other questions, each member who is present shall vote. I understand, because I've heard you state it before, Mr. Francis, the difference between shall and may. Shall is more of a requisite, or may is more of a privilege, and when his name is called, unless excused by unanimous consent of the remaining members present. So I think when we get into the issue of recusal and abstaining from vote, we have to have good reasons, and we have governing legislation that tells us when and how we can do that. Otherwise, we have a duty to vote, period. If you would like to point out that you're part of that but have no financial interest, but if you do have financial interest, you have a duty to disclose it and recuse yourself from this vote.
I will not recuse myself from this vote because A, I have no financial interest in it, and secondly, the two organizations involved I am not part of, and they can choose to do as they wish.
Mr. Francis?
Mayor, I take Commissioner Glissman at her word. Without a financial, I'll go back. I don't have any issue with disclosing what, just so for transparency, I do not believe it's a conflict based on what she said.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Francis. All right, any other discussion? All right, we will move to vote on the motion. Ms. Sanchez, if you could please repeat the motion.
I hope I got it right. Approve the special event Historic Farmers Market of Lapeer, Wednesdays and Saturdays, May 9th to October 24th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the historic Courthouse Square, working with staff for the dates of June 20th, 2026 and July 4th, 2026.
And we will take roll call.
Commissioner Glissman.
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right. Okay, that brings us to G7, special event, Lapeer Chamber of Commerce Food Truck Fest. Is there a motion? Commissioner Petrie.
I move that we approve the food truck event that's put on by the Lapeer Chamber of Commerce on May 11th, June 8th, July 13th, and September 14th.
Is there support?
Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner Brady.
I asked that it get removed from the consent agenda just because it's a little bit of a concern of mine that we're bringing in food trucks into our downtown. I just don't see it. I'm not trying to be protectionist towards the downtown businesses. It just seems like this is just a commercial event that they get to use our venue, and I'm sure it brings people downtown. I just don't know that we want to be bringing food trucks into all of our events.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner, or, I'm sorry, Mr. Womack, yes.
I just want to clarify the motion, because she stopped a little short. The rest of it was 4 to 8 p.m. in parking lot number 5 as presented. Was that your motion, Ms. Petrie?
Yeah, it's not on here, so I didn't give those specifics. I just wrote what the motion was on here.
Yeah.
I didn't know the times.
Yeah, I'll repeat it from the, Madam Clerk, what Mr. Womack is referring to is inside the consent agenda on the agenda, section C2.
Yep, I have it.
We could use that verbiage for the
Oh, I see.
motion. She cut short of the 8 p.m. in the
I
Anwood
read
Park
it.
parking lot 5.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Womack, for that clarification.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Mr. Atwood?
We get in these discussions a lot with food trucks and if it appears like restaurants or not. I think sometimes a lot of people show up and they don't wanna wait more hours, so they go to the restaurant. My wish is that the food trucks would locate closer to where the car cruise is, because it's almost two different events at the same, in the same area. They're close, but they're not close, if that makes sense. To the car cruise.
Right. Commissioner Petrie.
I have a couple of questions or concerns. Number one, I was told that they locate down in the parking lot so that they don't compete directly with the restaurants. And it may be two events, but it gets people walking all the way through town, which some of the retailers love that, because then they're eating, walking, looking at the cars. Plus, they're on Mondays. Some of our restaurants are closed on Mondays, or have been in the past. I don't know about this year. And so it's not a huge competition with them, because their big nights are Friday and Saturday. And we've had it in the past. And so having it on Monday, having it in a different location, not right in the middle of the street, feels more fair, in my opinion, to the restaurants. My only concern would be, because we'll be using that parking lot, Mr. Womack, for the courthouse employees, the food truck starts before they get out of work, and they would be parked in an area where some of those food trucks go, and I'm sure that can be worked out somehow, but I just wanted to remind us that that parking lot will be used for the courthouse employees, according to Jim Alt's map and stuff, so. Just a thought.
All right. Mr. Brady.
I remembered my second thought. The special event, for all of these special events, the form designates, if you have like a city-sponsored event or a city co-sponsored event, and it outlines costs to close the street, plus, that you have to have the pavilion rented. I saw that they've gotten the pavilion rented, but without paying a cost. And I think for fairness, we should really stick to our policy. And it's a nominal amount, and I understand they're doing something for a good purpose. If we're a venue, we're the cheapest venue around. We are free. People can close our streets, people can rent our pavilions at no cost if you know how to do it, or if you get the approval to do that. So I would like to see us being a little stricter in the enforcement. I don't know how they got the pavilion at no charge. I've done events and had to pay for the pavilion, but maybe that can be looked into.
Which one of you was first? Commissioner McCarthy?
I'm just asking where you see that it's at no cost.
In their event application, they have a page where they show that they've rented the pavilion.
Pay for it.
So if I may respond, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's the city's policy that they do have to pay for the pavilion. Now, we have not required them to pay for police and fire.
That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
The pavilion should have been rented at cost.
I may have misread it.
And I'll double check that.
I may have misread it. Single events, big parades, multi-week events, they all come at a cost. And it's for public safety, and we love to have the public in the downtown. I just think it should be weighed by the event organizers that, hey, this cost gets paid from somewhere, from somebody.
Okay. Commissioner Petrie.
Mr. Womack, do you know if this pavilion that they are saying they're having is, because it says Park Pavilion, so is it Anrick Park? I believe that's the pavilion they're using, not this one down here. Regardless, there is a cost. I just wonder if, because it's the chamber, I don't have a problem with them using the pavilion, but I just want to make clear, it says pavilion, but which pavilion?
My understanding is it's the pavilion in Antelope Park, but I will double check on the rental fee, because that was my understanding of the policies that they did have to rent it.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Nope. All right. We'll go to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Motion carries. That brings us to G8, the Steel Patriots Friday Night Bikes event. We have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the Steel Patriots Friday Night Bikes, May 29th, June 5th, June 12th, June 19th, July 24th, July 31st, August 7th, August 14th, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. downtown Lapeer.
Is there support?
Support.
All right. We have a motion on the table by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Atwood, to approve the Steel Patriots Friday Night Bikes event. Is there discussion? Ms. McCarthy.
Under my trusty calendar. So when Bike Night came through, the special event here says that they want it from, well, first of all, what's in the motion says May 29th, June, whatever, it has all these dates. If you go to their form, those dates don't line up. This says, what I just read said May 29th, but their form says May 26th. And then we received an email just recently that was a clarification. I'm looking for it, but I don't think I put it in here because I'm not that bright. Yes, here it is. And it was confirmed from the gentleman who was filling this out to Manager Womack. The dates are as follows: May 26th, June 5th, 12th, 19th, July 24th, 31st, August 7th, and 14th. So our motion says May 29th, but they're asking for a Tuesday, May 26th, which is, it's kind of a little odd, little hiccup in their step. And I'm gonna, that's one conflict that we just have to get clarity. And if you let me get my second one, then we can talk to Mr. Womack, perhaps he'll ask him a question. So the first is, the 26th is a Tuesday versus the 29th, which would have been a Friday like they like. And then the second thing is that they are also asking for June 19th. We're gonna go back in this whole conversation again. But I am in no way tied to Bike Night or anything else. But the tent for June 20th is going to go up on Friday night, on the courthouse lawn, etc. There will be everything getting ready for that. Downtown, it is a community, my understanding from the description is it's a community picnic. All the restaurants are getting together to do box lunches for people. Marsalis is in the evening. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening. I'm not involved, I'm just telling you that. And so they had asked for the 19th, but there could be some problems because they wouldn't really have full access to the whole street, because you're gonna have trucks and stuff in there setting up for the next day. So we would have to suggest, if we're going to move forward with 8 days, we would have to suggest to them an alternative day, clarify May 26th, and suggest an alternative day for June 19th. Those are my two conflicts of calendar that I saw.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Brady?
My opinion is they could do 4 events, one in each month. They could do May, June, July, and August, and I'd be satisfied. So I don't know if that's something that we would consider. That would help. They could do May 29th, June 12th. We could tell them that they could pick a day in each month if we wanted to.
Commissioner Glissman?
Mr. Mayor, surprisingly, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Brady. I would like to deny them under this motion and send it back to them to come up with 4 dates for the summer, not 8.
Okay. Per Commissioner Brady's recommendation, 1 per month or 4 days?
1 per month.
Okay. Commissioner Petrie?
I just wanted to clarify with either Lynn or Linda, I thought the tent was going up in the street, that the tent for that picnic. I thought that's what Jill said.
I don't know.
It might be, again, I'm not running the logistics, so if it is, there would not be space for the bikes to even be on that street is why there's a conflict.
Yeah.
I don't have that. Can you pass that email norms? Mr. Barberis? All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Glissman?
I actually would like to tell my fellow commissioners that we should vote this down and come up with a motion that we send it back to the Friday night bikes and have them have one bike night per month for 4 months.
Okay. Mr. Atwood?
Yeah, we just discussed we have to have a reason to deny the event, and that is not one of them.
Oh.
Well, Commissioner Glissman?
Before the meeting, Jim Alt called me, and as most people know, Jim Alt is the director of the DDA. And he very much does not want to see bike night downtown. He says he's getting complaints from all of the business owners downtown. They're losing business. He says that Friday night is a good night for them without a bike night. And that he also feels, based on what his the businesses are telling him, that a lot of businesses close down because the people who come for bike night don't visit their storefronts anyway. So now they're closing down when it should be a really good night for those businesses. So based on our businesses in the downtown area, I would therefore deny the 8 dates that they are requesting.
All right. Commissioner Brady?
I feel it would be appropriate to let Mr. Alt speak for himself in situations like that.
Anybody else? Commissioner Atwood first?
I would just need a legal opinion if that's the legitimate reason to deny the application or deny the event, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Okay. Yes, please, Mr. Womack.
Thank you. So to address Mr. Atwood's concerns, section 52-5 of the city's ordinances, subpart 3, the commission can find, similar to what they found last time, but the proposed special event will unnecessarily interfere with the public use of the streets and sidewalks, parks, and other public areas. We may have some issues with approving some events and not others, but the basis could be that it's on a Friday, and that Friday is otherwise busier downtown, if that is the clause for unnecessary interference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Womack stole some of what I was going to say. He cited to 52-5 of the ordinance. Ordinance says that the City Commission may consider any factors reasonably deemed relevant for the proposed event, including but not limited to, and Mr. Womack read one of the ones that I think may be applicable in this. The other, including but not limited to, would be, that may be potentially applicable, would be subsection 6, which is whether the special event would in any way be detrimental to the public safety and welfare. And I'm not suggesting bike night in and of itself is detrimental, but if we have situations where tents are going up the roads and that sort of thing, it may not be a safe thing. But the subsection B of that ordinance does, as I indicated previously, denials of requests for special permit shall be made in writing, setting forth the reasons for such denials. There does have to be a reason. And I would go as far as to say it can be any reason that's not an illegal reason, the way the ordinance is written. So it can't be race, can't be, religion, sexual orientation or anything like that. But I think public safety, whether it's a commercial purpose, Commissioner Brady referenced earlier that the ordinance provides one of the factors is whether it's commercial with no general benefits to the public, and then is the one Mr. Womack indicated previously.
All right.
Just needs to be clear there, or some sort of statement.
So that's section, 52.5, as Mr. Womack had pointed out, but you kind of leapfrogged through subsection A, 1 through 6, and B as well.
Correct, Mayor.
Yep. All right, thank you. All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Petrie.
I think Mr. Alt comes to the defense of the area that he's over, and that's downtown. And if his business owners are saying it's not conducive to business, he's just voicing his opinion to someone else on his board. And so Linda's relaying that information. And I'm grateful that Jim, you know, is standing up for his, the people that he helps promote. So while I want to be business friendly with all the events that come forward, and I want bike night some of the time, I have to agree with Linda that monopolizing every Friday night is not fair to the whole community. So 4 is very fair, especially in light of our construction, America 250. I think compromise is so important in running a team, which is what we're trying to do, I think.
Mr. Francis, I do want to backtrack to subsection A, the beginning of the paragraph, or specifically the end of the paragraph, as you leapfrogged through the sections 1 through 6 as reasons for denial of issuance. The paragraph does state that that consideration may include any factors that reasonably deemed relevant for the proposed event, including but not limited to the following. So we're not limited to these.
Correct.
But they are really where we would derive a lot of the conversation from, correct?
Correct, and the one I didn't mention there, and it might have been, pardon me, it might have been the one Mr. Womack did, but I just want to restate 3, whether the special event will unnecessarily interfere with the public use of the streets, sidewalks, parks, and other public places. So
Okay.
it could be any reason that's relevant, that's correct.
Yeah. And some of those concerns do relate directly to number 3, in your opinion, already, without having to go outside of this list.
Does it require a street closure?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, then we're ready to vote. We'll take a roll call on that. Oh, did you have your hand up?
Might I?
Mr. Edward.
Yeah,
Please.
sure. So just so everyone is clear what we're voting on her motion that I support.
Correct.
Not denial with the.
Yes, the approval. So, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
Approve the special event Steel Patriot Friday Night Bikes, May 29th, June 5th, June 12th, June 19th, July 24th, July 31st, August 7th, August 14th, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. downtown Lapeer.
All right. And before we take a roll call on that, I do want to point out that Ms. McCarthy had already pointed out the discrepancy that was discussed in email with Mr. Barberi, one of the organizers of the event, and he did send an email back confirming that he intended for May 26th, not May 29th, which is a Tuesday, not a Friday. However, our motion is stating May 29th. I think there is one other date that's in question. In our motion, we're stating July 24th. In Mr. Barberi's form here, not only did he have 24th and that May 29th on a portion of the form, which mirrors our motion, but he has an attachment here that states July 29th, not July 24th. So there's more than just the May date that's in question here. I don't see it in our charter in terms of a reason for denial, but I think that there is some confusion of the dates because the motion does not match his latest email. His latest email is also in conflict with the application which Mr. Womack had already tried to get to the bottom of, and I'm not sure that the commission has everything correct here. And I just want to point that out, and we can go ahead and take a roll call for the approval as stated.
Commissioner Petrie,
No.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady,
No.
Commissioner Glistman?
No.
Commissioner McCarthy?
No.
Motion fails. That brings us to,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Commissioner Brady.
I would like to make a motion to approve Steel Patriots Friday Night Bikes for one event per month, dates of their choice excluding June 19th, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. in downtown Lapeer.
So is there support?
Support.
Commissioner McCarthy. All right. Motion by Commissioner Brady, support by Commissioner McCarthy to approve Friday Night Bikes for the Steel Patriots event. One Friday a month. Are you keeping the month ranges exactly what we have here?
It's riding season. If they want to get
May,
into
June,
October.
May, June, July, August, if they want.
Or September.
September, October, but 4 of those months.
I've heard,
Okay.
I'll leave it to those 4 months, but I think if they were to come back and try to add to the calendar, that would be something that they could do if they decided they wanted September, October later on.
Okay.
It's, by then the parking lot will be cleared up and.
Very good. All right, thank you. Discussion, any other discussion? Ramona, I'm sorry.
Was the exception June 19th?
Yes.
The exception was June 19th, yes, thank you. All right. Discussion, Commissioner Petrie.
I in no way want to make this drag out any further or complicate anything, but aren't we doing just what you said you didn't want done, in that we're changing somebody's application to the dates? We don't know that they want 4 days, we don't know what days they want, and so we're doing just what you didn't want to do, and so I'm totally confused, because they may not want 4, so I don't think we can make a motion for them, they didn't, I don't know. That wasn't an alternate.
Mr. Grady.
I have no comment.
Oh, thought I saw your hand. Commissioner McCarthy.
I want in good faith to at least allow a door for them, because there are a lot of our community, there's a lot of community that don't like them, but there is another section of our community that really likes them. And so I just kind of hope that if we leave the door open, that we can have some type of a compromise, that we can have both. I just think that, in all fairness, that there is a large group of our constituents who voted us in who really like bike night, and there's a large group of our constituents who don't. And it's kind of hard to straddle the line and be kind to both sides of the issue.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yeah, I think this was brought up at the meeting that City Manager Womack had with the bike club, and I believe you guys were there as well. What was, when they said, when you asked for or minimize the event, were they open to that or not open to that?
No. They're very resolved to having the event at a minimum 8 Fridays through the summer, hopefully consecutively. They were willing to compromise and take a break of a couple weekends between the July 4th week. That came through some reluctancy and a little bit of additional conversation. But in terms of a 1-day bash or a 4-day throughout the summer or any alternating weeks or anything like that, it was very, there was very strong opinions opposed to that. And I have not heard anything recently that changes my understanding of that meeting, which was a couple months ago by now already, almost 2 months. Unless Mr. Womack or any of the other commissioners have heard anything new from them. I think the application that we have in front of us is already an indicator that that's as far as they were willing to go.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brady.
I think if we approved them up to the 4 nights, they could just say no thanks. But then the decision from our end is, They want 16, they wanted 16, they wanted more, they wanted to go more. They want every Friday ever. I just don't see how we can do that. So like, I'm just trying to throw something out there like, hey, 4's my number, we can get you 4. You can still bring awareness to your events. You can still bring people to downtown. I don't want to say no. This is my yes. This is where my yes is gonna be. We can get a no if that's where we gotta go. I don't wanna go there. This is my yes. So if they decide they are the no, that's fine.
Right.
Then they need to be quiet about whether or not we've told them no or not. We can tell them yes to something, in my opinion, if we agree.
Commissioner Brady, I like and appreciate what you're trying to do because it shows that you're willing to coordinate with them and have the conversation just like we were doing with the farmer's market. I wonder if in the name of being consistent with what we did there, we should probably consider a similar motion where we approve on the condition of coordinating with staff as opposed to just leaving this open-ended 4 nights you pick, approving something without even really knowing where they stand. But I think we either have a denial here or we have an approve what we're looking at with the condition that they coordinate with staff to resolve the concerns, because that would be what we did with the farmer's market, right?
Yeah, no,
We
that's
approved the
where I'm
application
at.
as is under some conditions.
Yeah, they need to pick from these dates listed, aside from the exception, they can pick.
Right.
I just don't wanna tell them, you gotta do July 24th, you can't do July 31st.
Right.
Because within a month, I want them to be able to pick that. And
But-
under staff direction, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but we didn't pull dates off of the farmer's market. We just said on those dates, coordinate with staff under these conditions. There's certain requirements to share with other people. And that's kind of where I think we're at. If we want to be consistent with that and not set precedent where we're altering the application, dates and things like that, we keep the dates that they say, we approve that, and then we say, but under the condition that you work with staff to reduce that down to 4 and you pick. But to just start picking or leaving things open-ended, we either approve the application and then talk to them under certain conditions, or deny it and talk to them and try to work out compromises again. So we've done that too, is what, I'm just suggesting you guys can do what you want. I think we're at a point, unless there's further discussion, we can go ahead and
For
vote.
clarity, I think what Commissioner Brady's saying is, they get to pick 1 a month from the dates he already gave us.
That's the condition.
That's what I thought his condition was, and they have to work with staff to select that one, sans June 19th. That
Because he
was
said
all.
they could choose September, October. So the way I understand what he's conveying is he's not even considering the dates they have there, just start over. If we're gonna do that, deny it.
No, he shook his head yes. He's saying, based on the dates they
Okay.
gave us, not including June 19th, pick 1 date per month.
Out of the dates
Out
that
of the
they
dates
gave.
they've given
Then
us.
we need to be specific about that, instead of just 4 dates out of any 4 months, all the way to October.
And in-
Because that's how I heard it.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
in all fairness, he also added as a caveat, they might come back and ask for September and October if the weather's still holding out.
yeah.
It wasn't open-ended on the motion, I don't believe, as I understood him. It was just that he understood that they like to have a lot of dates,
All right.
and they might come back to negotiate.
Then Madam Clerk,
That's not what I had.
that, yeah, do you have my understanding, or?
So let me read you what I have.
Okay.
You can tell me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
I have to approve the special events, Field Patriots, Friday Night Bikes, to 1 night a month, each month of May through August, with the exception of June 19th, from 6 PM to 10 PM, downtown here.
Okay.
So it was my understanding that it could be May, June, July, August. Pick 1 date in each of those months.
Yep, okay. All right,
Is
so,
Mr. Brady, or excuse me, Commissioner Brady, is that correct?
That's what I was trying to say, yeah.
Okay.
all right, Commissioner McCarthy.
But do you want to qualify that those dates have to be picked from the dates they've already given us, or we're opening up the calendar?
They don't want another day.
But I'm just doing
Sure,
qualification.
sure, yes. One of the Fridays from the dates selected, 1 per month was my intention.
Do we have to do a friendly amendment to that?
No, I think that the way that the clerk has read it back qualifies under the dates that are listed on the application. I think it boxes them into May, there's only one selection there, but they still have 2 to choose from in June, 2 from July, and 2 from August based on their application. But, let me see here. And that would still be correct on their other form that has a couple of odd dates that actually include Tuesdays rather than Fridays. So, so the clarification, I think, for that portion, Mr. Brady, would be your motion indicated Friday nights. So depending on which list we go by, one has a couple Tuesdays, one has all Fridays. And we're gonna go by the Friday one. All right. Madam Clerk, if that's not clear inside the motion, if that caveat could be added. And then we're ready to vote unless there's further discussion.
Who was the supporter on this?
That was Ms. McCarthy. All right. We'll take a roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, that brings us to H1. City Manager's Report, Mr. Womack.
Thank you. I now regret a little bit putting these items on here. But they are important, and I do need some direction from the commission, although maybe briefly, please. Item number 1, discussion regarding limitation on residential rental saturation. This is a concern that the commission has talked to me both at meetings and outside of meetings. But it's not really something that I think I should be looking at. I think it's something probably more appropriate for the city attorney's office, which of course I've also discussed with him, so he's aware of the commission's concerns. I guess both myself and the city attorney are looking for direction of, does the board want us to, I guess, investigate and pursue some level of restriction on rentals within the city of Lapeer, perhaps modeled after short-term rentals or some kind of saturation type restriction. So I guess I'm looking for discussion and direction in that regard.
All right. Any discussion or comments to give to Mr. Womack regarding his concern? Commissioner McCarthy.
There's a whole series of conversations about what's healthy and what's not healthy, and some people say that rental properties don't in any way impact a community. And then there's the other side of the argument that people say that people who are homeowners, I was a renter for years, so it's not like I have something against renters. But homeowners maybe have a little bit more of an investment in that property, et cetera. I mean, whatever. However, sometimes when you talk to people, they'll say that, rule of thumb for a community is the average across the state of Michigan, my understanding, I just heard this, was 25% rental, 75% homeownership. I've had someone tell me that it's 40-60, that you're still healthy if you have 40% rental and 60% home ownership. Notice how it's weighted to the homeowners. Recently, as of last year or the year before, we were 51% rental, 49% homeowners in Lapeer. We have a high number. Mr. Womack, Andrew Womack, was willing to go through and do an analysis that I told everybody about at the last meeting. It was tucked into the manager's notes. And he had gone through and he had done an analysis that got it down to 47% rentals and 53% homeowners. I only had one question on that whole evaluation, which was it showed up that there were 400 and some new homes that were added to the total count in that. But I didn't know where the 400 and some homes came from because we hadn't had a 400 and some new development that would bring in some new housing. So I wasn't quite sure how the numbers had changed. And it could have been that they were, either it changed, that people weren't renting homes, they were now living in them, or it could be that somehow we changed the designations of the descriptions of those type of homes, like, whatever it was. So, but I will say that he worked really hard, because I had voiced some concerns for him, that he had rerun those numbers. I don't know who took the time to read it, but I did. I was happy, thank you. And also, there's another thing, is that we're having a downward pressure for us, that they want us to, in developments, build more rentals. And they want, you know, the state of Michigan, I believe, is somewhat promoting the idea of rental, new build for rent type of options. It helps a lot of people get into homes that maybe they couldn't afford. They can't afford the down payment, they can't afford it, you know, whatever. So we have a whole lot of different pressure points on this, but if you look at the average across the state of Michigan, we are still high in our percentage of rental to housing. And it's just different philosophies of whether or not that means something or not. Probably the better person to speak to it would be our president of the MML. He probably has it right there that you can talk to it. Perhaps, maybe.
In regards to?
Rental properties versus home ownership within communities.
Mr. Atwood.
Yeah, thank you. Just hold my breath. I don't think there's like every community is different, which is kind of why we're against preemption, is you want to allow the electeds to kind of fix and decide. That's what you were elected to do. So if the commission feels rentals are too high, then you sit down and figure out how to fix that without getting yourself unelected. Because when you talk about housing, and you talk about limiting rentals, and putting short-term rentals, that's the kind of ticket item that could get you in trouble the next election sometimes. But it's just sitting down and coming up with a viable solution. One way is adding more housing, of course. The other thing is when rentals go up for sale, I mean, Mr. Womack might be able to tell you, you can kind of restrict that to go back to single family instead of a rental unit. I could be wrong on that, but there's different options. Because you want to be careful, because you do want development, right? You want to be pro-development, so you don't want to limit your abilities, but you do want to be careful of your land. That's our highest commodity, is the land we have left and what we want to see and do with it. That's kind of the whole premise of like the master plan and zoning and all that. So if you want, I could ask higher ups than me, kind of if there's a ballpark average. I'm sure we're not the only community struggling with rentals versus home ownership. But yeah, when we get into this discussion, it's all about what's affordable anymore. I mean, rent is outrageous. Buying a home is outrageous. So if we have opportunity for development, it's kind of good to not limit yourself, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Prematurely. That's kind of a long-winded answer with really no sky in the pie solution. I don't know if there is a solution.
Commissioner Glisman.
Thank you. I'm looking at the clock and a lot of sleepy people. This is a very big topic, and it really takes a lot of input, a lot of looking at data, and a lot of soul searching. I would suggest that we postpone discussion on this topic to another time when maybe our meeting isn't so packed, or have a special meeting. I think everybody's a little bit tired, and to look up data and stuff at this point would be an exercise in futility.
Thank you, Commissioner Glisman. I will also add to the question that is being presented, maybe, Mr. Atwood, you had said that you would ask some people, reach out to those who have better knowledge. Mr. Womack, in terms of direction, I think, postponing until we can have more time to consider and discuss. Some of this can be done in some inter-office correspondence, I think, as well. But one of the questions I'd like to know, Mr. Atwood, when you speak to those above you, is, and it pertains to what Ms. McCarthy had just pointed out, our numbers are whatever you just cited, Ms. McCarthy, 5149, something like that. It might have changed. Mr. Womack, you have some updated information, but it's pretty even. It's pretty there. And that is high compared to other communities in Michigan. And this downward pressure that you're talking about, why is it, this is what I'd like to know, why is it that we are in the high percentile of accommodating this downward pressure? And it sounds to me like there's a majority out there that are not. And where is it their responsibility? What, these people from the top who are putting the downward pressure, are they focusing on those communities that are not providing these options like we are? Because it sounds like we're doing our job and it's other communities that are slacking. And now we're facing it and saying, how can we pick up their slack when we're already carrying a load? And I'd like to ask these people, when you talk to them, I'd like to have that part of the conversation included. Because I feel like the downward pressure, we're looking at it like, oh gosh, we got to do more. But it sounds like there's a lot of communities that aren't, and why are they not so concerned about it? I'd like to know that too. Not just where this downward pressure is coming from and where they're focusing, but why aren't the other communities all up in arms about it like we are? All right. Mr. Womack, do you have anything else for us?
I mean, I'm only looking for a little direction because, the city attorney and I are gonna have to put a lot of work into, reviewing the status of the law and what direction we might wanna take from a policy perspective to then be brought back to the commission. So really, we were just looking for direction about, is that something the commission's interested in, not a full-blown discussion. Full-blown discussion comes at a later date when you get that information from us.
Okay.
But I do understand that we're getting long in the tooth here, so I'm happy to bring all these items back at the next meeting. They're not emergencies. But I would just mention them for, if there's something dire the commission needs to, and then I'll bring it back to the next meeting.
I think we are interested in that one then, it sounds like.
Okay. Second one.
I'm not interested in you guys doing that.
Thank you.
All right.
Second one, discussion on the potential of a moratorium on data centers. This is something that Commissioner McCarthy and Commissioner Petrie brought up. It's something that obviously comes up in my line of work as well. Similar to what we did with the marijuana ordinance previously, it would give the city attorney and myself some time to identify potential ordinances regarding those and then bring those back to the commission. And because I'm looking for direction about, is that something you want to consider, or do we want to push this off to another meeting?
Anybody have some feedback? Ms. McCarthy?
I would love to push it to another meeting where we have more dialogue, and the reason is that I think it's us doing due diligence. When data centers come in, whether we think one would come here or not, they have to build infrastructure to get to water, they have to build to get to power, and we as citizens, unless we have our ordinances in place, it's my understanding, we incur the cost of building that infrastructure for that data center. And so our utility rates would potentially go up drastically. There's a couple communities where things went through. I got to meet one city manager who basically is being screamed at and railroaded out of town because she kind of promoted this idea of the data center and came in, and apparently the community is all up in arms that their utilities went up. So I just suggested that since this is a big thing, there's grants, we sat through a 2-hour presentation when we were in Lansing at CapCon. Since there's this push for these, perhaps we just want to do the due diligence to look at our ordinances, et cetera, and make sure that we've buttoned ourselves up in case this comes. There's also, so you know, there are grants happening that people who have private property within certain zones can apply to the state of Michigan to lease that property for a high energy or a data center, and they get some kind of a rebate from the state. So that would mean that it's not us talking to so-and-so, that could be someone who owns a large piece of property who'd like to lease their land and make some money off of it. So that was my whole point of maybe doing a little due diligence so that we don't have a data center come here, we're not prepared to protect the citizens long term.
Thank you. Any other comments, feedback? Commissioner Brady?
I would like to see a moratorium drafted for that.
Any others?
Thank you.
Mr. Atwood? Same? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I think that's a unanimous,
Thank you.
that one. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Womack.
So similarly, the discussion with Ms. McCarthy and Ms. Petrie was regarding discussion on energy-intensive infrastructure projects. I'm not 100% sure, so Ms. McCarthy may have to carry the load on this one. This came up during CapCon, which I was not at, so I guess I'm looking for correction about what you mean.
Well, some of it is, and correct me, but some of it is that, of course, data center is energy intensive, but there's others projects that can be. And so again, it's probably gonna filter through this, not just, like moratorium on data centers till we get our ordinances, but maybe all energy intensive projects till we get our ordinances in place. It kind of could be a one-all capture bucket that we're looking at how that is impacted. And again, it's to protect the citizens, to make sure we have all of our ordinances, et cetera, and we have rules in place that if you want to bring a high energy project in here and it's going to require infrastructure, that you have to cover all your costs, and that doesn't get pushed off on the citizens.
Very good. Any other feedback? Mr. Womack, based on Ms. McCarthy's explanation and recognition of the overlap with the previous request, that I think that they kind of lump together, and that would be a concern to continue to pursue. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Womack?
Not at this time, thank you.
Commissioner McCarthy.
I have one item under city managers because it relates to you, but just as a thought process here, and I'm not sure how we do this, but I'm here the next weekend in April, the next meeting in April, and then I may or may, I'm trying really hard to be here May 4th, but I'm coming back from a cruise, and then I'm here in the second meeting of May, and I was just wondering, I know that your standard evaluation comes up, and I believe it's in a closed meeting, it might be an open meeting, God forbid, I hope it's in a closed meeting, but if we are gonna be scheduling that, because I think your scheduled day is May 8th, could we coordinate that and let us know, and maybe build that when you wanna have your evaluation to, whatever. Could you just coordinate that and maybe hopefully pick it in the week that I know for sure I'm gonna be?
Is there a reason you're saying God forbid it should be in the open meeting?
Well, I just think that kind of, no, not that it's good or bad, it's just that I would never, like, I've never had one that, like, it's open meeting, My boss sits on talks to me, that's all, I'm just saying, I just don't think that you, broadband discussion, that's all. I have no intent behind it, none, promise.
As you indicated, my anniversary is up, I believe, May 8th. I likewise looking to go on a cruise the first week of May, so.
Well, then maybe it's
It might be pushed off to the second meeting.
maybe we'll meet in cruises, 2 ships passing, because I'm coming back and you're leaving. I just wanted to tee it up so that, because I know I have a date, and I just wanted to make sure that.
Commissioner McCarthy, does his answer satisfy your question or concern?
Absolutely, he said he
Okay.
would schedule it sometime after this cruise.
Okay. All right. That, if there isn't anything else under city manager's report, Mr. Womack?
Nothing else, thank you.
All right. That brings us to city attorney's report. I1.
Nothing there, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. All right, where are we at?
Appointments.
Yeah, that brings us to J1, appointments to boards and commissions. A, mayoral appointments. Subsection 1, this is a reappointment of Ms. Chestnut on the Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Term expires May 1st, 2029. It's my recommendation to the board for this reappointment. Do I need a motion?
I move
Yeah.
that we reappoint, I don't know her first name. Robin Chestnut to the Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Term expires May 1st, 2029.
Do you need a support?
Yes.
Support.
All right. Any discussion? We'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to subsection 2, reappointment of Ms. Roberts, Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Term expires May 1st, 2029. Is my recommendation to the board that we make this reappointment. Have a motion? Commissioner Petrie?
I move that we reappoint Carrie Roberts to the Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Term expires May 1st, 2029.
Support.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, that brings us to reappointment of Ms. Lai, Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Term expires May 1st, 2029. It is my recommendation that we move forward with this reappointment. Is there a motion?
I move that we reappoint Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals, Ms. Lai, term expires May 1st, 2029.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner Petrie to reappoint Ms. Lai to the Lapeer Housing Board of Appeals. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to subsection 4, the reappointment of Parks Board. Mr. Brady, term expires April 1st, 2029. At this time, I regret to inform the commission that I am not going to recommend this reappointment, and I will declare this seat vacant going forward for the Parks Board. And that brings us to subsection B, commission appointments. There are none. I'm sorry?
I think that was for Tony.
Oh, there is? You had, I didn't see it in the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarifying question. We're not sure whether we need the board to declare the seat vacant or whether you have the authority to do that.
Okay, we can defer to Mr. Francis.
I would have to look at that issue. I can try doing it as we're communicating. Talking about the last seat, Mr. Woolman,
For Mr. Brady,
And you can find your part in the packet too.
Well, there's not a motion for it, but.
Okay, there is? Okay.
I mean, there's a thing.
Yeah, we'll wait for Mr. Francis though.
Is that a damn step?
No, I,
Mr. Atwood, while we're waiting for Mr. Francis, is there something, or do you want to wait till he's completed his?
I guess this would go back to the not reappointing Mr. Commissioner Brady. I mean, is there a specific reason why you wouldn't recommend appointing him? I mean,
Yes.
He's got 4 boys who visit the park very often.
Coaching a soccer team, membership at the rec center.
Mr. Mayor, I think we might have an answer on the board of declaring the seat vacant. I think that's just been the past practice if somebody were to resign at the meeting that the board would take action, but considering this is a mayoral appointment and the term was expired on April 1st, it's probably appropriate for you in your decision not to reappoint to declare the seat vacant because of your failure to reappoint.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr.
If I may,
Francis.
I agree. When essentially it would become vacant as of the term expiring and no reappointment being made either way.
It's moved.
Okay, so it is redundant and superfluous to declare it vacant then, is what you're saying?
If the term's expired, it's vacant.
Very good.
In my opinion.
All right. It just, occurred to me that in a recent non-appointment or lack of appointment or recognize an appointment was necessary, there was some discussion that it just rolled over automatically. So I wanted to be clear that that wasn't the case here.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there are some, and I, without looking at any other ones, there are some appointments or positions that indicate that the person serves for a term and until a successor is recognized.
Okay.
Under 2.1, it indicates if the appointment is for a 3-year term. Stop. So it doesn't say the person serves. I mean, I could do more digging, but that magical sort of comma language that would sometimes apply, where it would say until a successor is appointed and serving, does not appear in that ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Francis. Mr. Atwood, let me address Mr. Atwood's question. I'm sorry, Mr. Atwood, your question was a reason? Okay. Typically, I'm inclined not to necessarily give reasons unless I'm asked, because I don't think there's a requirement to give reasons for appointments, commission, or otherwise, which, you know, you guys are perfectly welcome to exercise your right to not reappoint somebody to a commission-appointed seat and not give a reason if you're so inclined.
Also mayoral.
But the mayoral as well. But since you asked, I will state that I think there have been enough, I have received enough feedback from our public, and I have also personally experienced and witnessed this board member's professional acumen in public meetings, and I find conflict with rewarding that with continued appointments on things that should be taken seriously. This is our city, and we make serious decisions, and it's not to be taken lightly. We shouldn't make votes contrary to stated opinions prior to the vote, just because we don't like the way things are going during the vote. We shouldn't pound on tables and speak out of order. We shouldn't, I just cannot do that in good conscience. I would not be representing the residents of this city well. I would not be making a decision that people are watching, and I would not be doing right by them, and especially since some of it has been spoken by the public as well. So I can't do that for my constituents' sake, to answer your question. All right, that brings us back to the commission appointments, section B. Ms. Petrie, you said that there was something in the packet.
Well, it just says commission appointments, so.
Okay.
No.
It doesn't say for what.
All right.
I don't know what it's for. It doesn't say.
All right, then I guess we don't have any.
I can explain this.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So, a couple of meetings ago, you had asked for,
Any
the
application.
ZBA, so
Yeah.
what we did was we gave you all of them that we had. The ZBA hasn't met, so they're yours to do with what you would like.
Okay,
We have
so,
no recommendation from any of the boards regarding any of the applications that you have.
this is pertaining to the conversation at the end of the last meeting,
Correct.
where the question came about that, hey, look, some of these boards don't meet for quite some time. How can we fill those vacancies? You're providing exactly that information in the packet. It's at the commission's discretion. If they want to act on it, we're on that agenda item. If it's not spelled out and you want to act on it, you can. We're at that agenda item. Otherwise, we can just keep moving, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that was your intent behind that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. McCarthy?
I believe we have to elect this person to get them on the zoning. I'd like to make a motion that we accept Wesley Weber Jr. to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Term expires, it's a 3-year term, expires 3/9/29.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner McCarthy, second by Commissioner Glissman to appoint Wes Weber Jr. to the Zoning Board of Appeals, term expiring, can you repeat that, please?
3/9/29.
3/9/29. Discussion. Commissioner Brady.
What's today's, well, it says, oh, that was the application, I'm sorry, it has to be 4/6/2029. My motion
No,
is
it's
wrong.
gonna be
4/1.
whatever his vacant term, there's a vacant term on the vacancy list.
Well, there's a whole bunch of
Probably
them.
pick one.
So it'd be 4/1,
April 1st, 2026 is the first date, is that what it is?
but it would be
You can
3
look at
years,
right
so it'd
here.
be 29.
That's the newest one, others are 27 and 28, so if we do the vacancies in April 1st, 2026.
29, so we go to 29.
Okay, so I apologize, do you need me to amend it, or can you just, do we need to do, thank you. So it would be April 1st, 2029, I apologize.
Okay.
I don't know why, that was the day he turned in his application, I guess.
All right, discussion. Commissioner Brady.
Yeah, we told Jeff Hogan he couldn't be on there because he's the newspaper editor. Mr. Weber's come up with multiple times, sharing lots of information, glad to have him do it. Public responsibility to pay attention. But I'm just wondering how, is there any question of conflict of interest if Brookwood North comes before the Zoning Board of Appeals? I mean, that seems like, I would question his appointment just based on that, so.
Not sure how those two decisions are
Mr. Mayor, I'm
interrelated.
not looking for your feedback on every single thing
I
that I
have
say.
a voice, and I, you
Are
know.
you recognized, sir?
Yes. I don't know how those two things are interrelated. First of all. And if that were the requirement that you somehow live in the city and that precludes you from being on any board that might make a decision on any part of the city that you might step in, then we wouldn't have anybody who lived in the city on these boards, and that's actually a requirement to be on these boards. I think that's,
Unless you're Commissioner Brady.
Or Jeff Hogan?
or unless you're married to one of us, right? Because that allows you to be on every board, right? Because we don't have nepotism clauses or anything like that, do we?
I think
Commissioner McCarthy.
we went over that at the beginning.
I think that, like any commission, if I have a conflict, then I have to say I have a financial conflict, et cetera, and I have to recuse myself from the vote. So I would think that any committee or commission or board that you're on, you don't deny getting on it. I might have a conflict someday, you're voting on something on the courthouse, and I have to say I have to recuse myself. I'm pretty well invested in that, so you're gonna have to vote without me. So in this one, you would have someone on it, and they would recuse themselves if it's a conflict. I mean, I just think that's the standard
I think
protocol.
the editor could do that too.
Yeah, I just don't know why we keep bringing up past decisions about, Mr. Hogan. I don't know that he appreciates that. We've talked to him outside of these meetings, and he seems very professional and understanding. He may not agree with everything exactly, but I think he has a general sense of understanding. I don't think he's bitter. He has expressed a great amount of respect and gratitude for each and every one of us up here, in spite of the fact that sometimes we can't have that for ourselves and with each other. And I think that we should stop pulling Mr. Hogan into our own little pettiness. Mr. Atwood.
I'm not being petty, I'm just stating the obvious. Mr. Hogan has served on the ZBA for several years. I went all the way back to 2018. This board is very important board. And while I appreciate Wes Weber's willingness to serve, I do have concerns about replacing or putting him on as a newbie. When we have removed the chair of the ZBA. The ZBA is not a policy-making body. It requires members who are prepared to apply established standards impartially from day one. It is a quasi-judicial board. In reviewing Wes Weber's application, he references a desire to help shape the community and to better understand how ordinance and master plan function. However, the ZBA is not a policy-making board. It's an exploratory body. It is a quasi-judicial board responsible for applying the zoning ordinance to specific cases based on established legal standards. So I have concerns about whether the expectations expressed in the application fully align with the responsibilities required for this position. For this reason, I will not support it.
Very good. Commissioner Petrie.
It's really quite amazing, because I've been at these meetings long enough, even before I was a commissioner, where people are put on boards that have no experience yet in that board, but we offer education to bring them up to speed. I would name some that are on boards. I'm one of them. I was put on zoning my first night as a commissioner. I wasn't up to speed, but I had to get up to speed. I have to read. I think that Mr. Weber has went above and beyond and shown his capabilities. I have every confidence that he will do a great, fair, honest job. However, about Jeff, who I love and think does a great job in what he does, for sure. He's on our DDA. I think that the position that he's on for the DDA is one that is not controversial, however, zoning could be. And he has to report on it. That is his job. He has to report on it. I think he could have a conflict of interest in almost every one, because it's a zoning board of appeal. So that's why I felt like the only editor of our only paper, being the chair, and on our zoning board, I didn't see how he could report it and not, he would have to recuse himself from a lot of votes, I would think, especially with zoning changing coming up quickly. It has nothing to do about his capabilities or anything. I didn't want the conflict of interest. I didn't want the optics of that for our city. As far as removing a chairman or not reappointing a chairman, I think that just happened to a chairman of our planning commission and another long-term member like 2 years ago. And so saying, I'm not doing it, I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying don't say it's never been done. It has been done, and my reasons are not personal. I love Jeff Hogan. I think he does great at what he does. I think being the editor of our only newspaper in town, he would have to recuse himself, very possibly recuse himself, to make a fair decision. Mr. Weber's a resident. He has come here and reported for information. I appreciate all the work and research he's done to enlighten the public. I think he would be a great candidate, so.
Commissioner Atwood, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue, but I would say that having a sitting commissioner on that board is also a huge liability in that board. More so than the editor of our paper.
I didn't ask to be appointed.
And I would say you would actually have more opportunity to not vote on things, because we approve these laws that they're questioning. So if it ever went to a court case, state law doesn't prohibit a sitting commissioner on there, but our ordinance doesn't specify that we have a commission seat on that board. So I would argue that having a commissioner on there is more of a liability than the editor of the paper.
Did you argue these same arguments when people from the last commission before all of you got elected 2 years ago?
Whenever I saw something wrong.
I'm hearing some groaning otherwise, but I'm just wondering.
Point of
I
order.
gave stink to the mayor.
Okay.
When she did what she
Commissioner
did.
and the mayor out of order.
I warned you that if I disagreed, I will stand up. for what I believe is right, don't take it personal. But yeah, absolutely I have. Every commission member up here I've disagreed with, even Commissioner Brady.
Okay.
So, to answer your question, yes, I do what I feel is right every time.
All right, very good, thank you. Commissioner McCarthy.
Years ago, I asked, I stopped working and I had time. I was like, I want to get involved in my community, and I came out of the city and I asked, where would I be able to cut my teeth and learn something, because I know nothing. And they said, you should probably go to the zoning board. That's a great place to start. You're getting your feet wet, you're getting to hear a little bit, you start to put the pieces together, you start figuring out how planning works and how the city commission works. And so it's a great starting post to learn how the city works. And so that's what I did, and now I'm sitting up here, but I started on the zoning board, so I appreciate those people that were on it. Number two, and I don't know what the state law is per se, but it would seem to me that if it is a conflict to have a city commissioner sitting on the zoning board, which meets about once or twice a year, then it would probably be a conflict to have a city commissioner sitting on the planning commission, because they meet consistently, and then those things come directly here. So the zoning kind of goes through planning, and then here it's not really directly related, but planning directly relates to everything, and I would wonder if we're going to apply that same litmus test, would that be a conflict? I think that there isn't a conflict with Mr. Weber. I mean, he's a citizen, he's intelligent, and he wants to learn. So I just would think that that would be a positive.
Any other discussion?
I think my seat on the planning commission is in our charter.
It is.
It is.
Yours is not.
I didn't ask to be approved.
She's
You guys
not.
I'm just saying, if she's gonna bring that up, I have opportunity to defend my seat.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
She's only stuck on it because I gave it up.
No.
Step. My first night.
City commissioner, well, once I became city commissioner, I had to get off, so.
Yeah, very good.
But you can't have two.
All right. It's just interesting, the circular reasoning that I hear from you, Mr. Atwood. I just, and to hear that, it's very.
Call the question, sir. Let's vote on this.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, if you call the question, we'll vote on the call to question, if that's what you're really doing.
Second.
Yeah, I am doing it.
All right. Let's just go to the vote unless you want to call the question.
Let's go to the vote.
Okay.
Vote.
All in favor, wait, this is for, the motion is for Mr. Weber, the Zoning Board of Appeals, term ending 4/1/2029. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries. That brings us to Departmental Communications K1, which we received in our package, the DDA monthly report, and then to item L, public comments. This is a time where we receive comments from the public, and we'll remind the public that there's a 3-minute limit. There is a timer. Once you hear the timer, your turn is over. We ask that you would return to your seats. If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I'll call you up one at a time. State your name and your address, please.
Bernadette, Bernadette Trees, 136 Washington Street, Lapeer. Earlier in the meeting, you discussed a traffic island somewhere on Genesee Street. And I've been a resident here for 53 years. I have a large family, and we often go across from the library to the park. It has gotten so difficult to cross at that intersection with the light and the traffic turning that anytime that I have to take one of my children or grandchildren to the park, now we drive to get there because it's just too difficult to cross. We already have a traffic island at the end of Washington Street at Genesee, and now you're discussing some other I'm not sure where it is or what it's all about, but I just think that that's already a very congested area, and putting something else in that area seems to be not the best idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Please.
I just want to make a statement. Don't expect any answers. I think Mr. Francis got my proposal last Friday. And the other thing that I really want to make sure that you guys understand, that my employees are really hostage to you guys. They just don't know if they want to stay working for me. They don't know what the future is. And you guys keep pushing it. So a decision has to be made at one point, Mr. Francis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Good evening, Brian Cloutier, resident, City of Lapeer. Ms. Commissioner Atwood, you said that some people that you know in the industry with 20 years plus experience are going, what is happening here? I've been in government 32 years, 32. I've never seen anything as dysfunctional as this city is. It's an embarrassment. I'm putting all of you on notice. If you don't straighten up and start doing the city's work in a more professional, unbiased manner, you'll have another vacant seat on the zoning board of appeals. I'm done with what I'm seeing here. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. I'm embarrassed for all of you. I'm embarrassed for the people who live in this city. We should not have to be subjected to this level of hell.
Thank you. Thank you. Any others? In the back.
Thank you. Do you allow non-residents to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Name is Matthew Beerline. I'm a resident in Tuscola Township, or Vassar Township, Tuscola, Michigan. I'm current state representative in the 97th district. I was just coming tonight to introduce myself as a candidate for the 26th district Senate seat. Look forward to getting to meet all of you. And if you have any questions, I'm very easy to get a hold of. So thank you, and I won't take anybody's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any others tonight?
Ken Kopnick, Oregon Township. All I can say to Mr. Atwood and Mr. Brady is, my grandpa had a saying, you can put a glass eye in a duck's butt and see what's going on. I hope you two do not cave in to intimidation. I hope you don't walk away from your loyal seats. And I still have the opinion that there was some condescending remarks, snide remarks made to you. And when somebody threatens to have me removed, yes, I understood it was aimed at me. You have to understand, I've taken live fire. Being threatened with Mr. Howard does not bother me. He's known me long enough. He knows me from courthouse days. All he's got to do, he doesn't have to break a sweat. He doesn't have to get up. All he'll have to do is look at me and say, Ken, would you please leave? But you have, Mr. Hinton, I was told you were a little Napoleonic Phelps. And you know what? The people that told me that, I have to bow to them and say I think they were right.
Thank you.
Wes Weber, just wanted to comment briefly, as you're considering the owner occupancy rates in Lapeer, I've thought about this too, like why does Lapeer at 50% upside down owner occupancy rate? We're not a transitory community, we're not a military community, but I think it's just because we're gonna have downward pressure on owner occupancy rates because of how many multifamily units there are in the city compared to the townships around us. So we're gonna have more renters than they're gonna have countywide, because this is where all of the city of Lapeer is like a haven for all of these multifamily units, right? So it's gonna look worse than it may be, right? And I would just say there is also a correlation you need to consider between the 1% income tax that city residents pay and the fact that sometimes, especially for wealthier individuals, it's cheaper if they own the home outright to rent it, and I'm talking about a single family dwelling, and pay the 0.5% tax on the rental income, and then live in the surrounding community and they don't have to pay the 1% income tax. This is why in my discussions about Brookwood, which I have admittedly maybe spoken too much about,
you know, I don't want to cross the line into becoming just, you know, insufferable with the issue, but in my view, it makes our city overly reliant upon 1% income tax if we're foregoing for that many years our property taxes, right? So I think we can't settle this all tonight, but going forward as a commission and as a city, we need to look at whether or not Lapeer, and it is an outlier for a city our size at a 1% income tax. Lastly, I would say that just as a city resident looking in at our city commission, if it is at all possible to get the information that you lack by making a phone call, by getting the information any way possible, you have 14 days. Get the information, just get the information. And that way we don't have to spend an hour going back and forth about, well, I don't know anything that's going on. You can if you just call. And that would save our city and our residents time in the evenings to where there'd be less bickering and at least everybody would be read in. So if it's possible to get yourself read in, I would ask you to please do so that whatever the housekeeping issue is, we can, as a city, get past it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back.
Member Shako, still with the Metamora. So, gosh, I can't even read my statement because it's been like almost 16 hours since I got to work this morning. And my dinner's been in the car for like almost 6 hours. But I will start with, you know, Commissioner Petrie, I don't expect you to ever understand what I'm saying. So I'm saying this for the benefit of everyone else. And I respect very much everyone's chance, their opportunity in America to practice their faith in whatever way they choose. But when you bring that faith into here, you're changing everything about your job. And I want you to think of, you know, watch your prayer later and think about if you were a Jewish person who just celebrated Passover or is in the process of celebrating Passover, hearing that. Because I'll tell you, I grew up in a Christian church, but we didn't do Easter. Easter was pagan. We did Passover. We didn't do Christmas either because that was pagan. So what I heard in your prayer is you put your God above anything that I may believe or have practiced or learned. And you told me to practice something pagan. Again, I don't expect you to understand that, but just respect that we have Buddhists and Hindu people and Jewish people and Muslims and all sorts of Eastern faiths and indigenous faiths all around us. And so when you pray the way you prayed, and again, I don't expect you to ever understand this, it's very different even than the way Mr. Hagedorn prays at County Commission. You are, again, elevating your God, and it just does not belong in this chamber. And if you were a Jewish person or a Muslim person coming here to do business, and then you hear a commissioner pray that way, it's just inappropriate. And I will read a scripture that as a text, as religious text, not as worship. It's Matthew 6:5-6. When you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to stand and pray in public so they may be seen by others. But when you pray, go into your room, shut the door, and pray in secret. That is something that comes up a lot when we're talking about the separation of church and state. So Mr. Brady can't say not appropriate. Got gavelled, censured, I believe, for not appropriate. But Mr. Hain can say political maneuvering. Again, it's just absolutely amazing to me to watch these meetings. And from what I hear from experts, actually, that we are under a microscope here because of Mr. Atwood's position with MML. People are watching what is happening here, and they are laughing. They are laughing because this is not normal, this is not good. And, you know, I'm guessing people have various opinions, but what has changed? What changed? In November, we got a new mayor. That's what changed. And that's, to me, the root cause right there. And I wonder what our new mayor thinks of, you know, like, if we have this perfect application of Robert's rules and this perfect application of the charter, is he going to lead us to the promised land? Is that what's going on?
Thank you.
Because I don't get it.
Time is
Thanks.
up. Thank you. Any others in the back?
Hi everyone. My name is Bridget, or Gigi Griffith. I live in the city of Lapeer. I'm so tired right now. I have not eaten since 4 p.m. when I got a smoothie. I have been in meetings literally since then. And I came here because I love the city and I love doing my civic duty. I'm honestly so tired, I don't even have words. I'm appalled at what I've witnessed tonight. The behaviors I've seen, the sniping, the bickering, the little comments, particularly from you, Mayor Hing. I'm really, really embarrassed to see my mayor behave this way. I thought better of you as your position. I don't know. I just thought you would behave better. I never want to come to this chamber, which is supposed to be an important, sacred chamber, where you do your duty to the city and the people of this city, and see this behavior ever again. Just do better, all of you.
Thank you. Any others? All right. With that, we'll close public comments and we'll go to closing comments for the commissioners. We'll start with Mr. Brady.
I'm gonna try to make sure I don't say more than I want to say. I'm not impressed with Mayor Hing's leadership style. I'm not interested in an off-the-record conversation about what he's had with the dealings with Bodman. I request right now, in person, to your face, can you please email me a list of all the things you've talked about with Bodman? That would be great. There, I did it. To not be put on the park board is fine. The calling out of my character in that way was not okay. That was rude. That was uncalled for. You didn't need to say that. You should have just kept your mouth closed. I'm a professional that deals with children. You embarrassed my employers that I've had. You embarrassed yourself. That was not okay for you to do. You keep bringing up nepotism. We asked the city attorney about my wife joining the planning commission. We got the okay. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's okay. If it was illegal, say so openly and deal with it. You keep bringing up illegal use of charges, scaring the staff half to death. They got to run around spending 3 days to try to figure out what are you talking about. You're talking about me. I applied for a grant, or I was asking questions about applying for a grant for an improvement to my house, something that any citizen could have done. And because of this position, there was major hoops to jump through because I'm an elected official and I would have to vote on it. In the meeting that we approved that, I said, hey, I'd like to apply for this. Recuse me. I don't want to vote for this because I'd like to apply for it. I was interested in that. I did that publicly, okay? It was then, I was asking the commission to deal with the issue because they had to ask the attorney to write a letter saying that I wasn't breaking any laws, which I wouldn't have been. Mr. Womack asked the attorney to do that. I didn't ask the attorney to do anything, okay? So you can, I mean, that's out there. I don't care. Quit scaring everybody. Your leadership style is terrible. Mr. Hing and I have a long history, okay? I've known this guy for over a decade. When he was in Ecuador, I was sending $200 a month on a teacher's salary, okay? $200 a month to feed the kids at his table, all right? I don't have ill will against Jeremy, aside from November and on, which really was, I was willing to help you. I offered you advice on several occasions. You got upset that I didn't want to put your sign in my yard. I didn't put Brian's sign, I didn't put Mindy's sign, I stayed out of it. It's ridiculous. I think you got some questions to answer. Why did you leave Ecuador? And you know, now I'm stepping past where I want to be, so I'm done.
All right. Ms. Glissman.
I just want to welcome back the police chief. Glad to see you again. We missed you over the last about 10 weeks, so welcome back. And that's it. That's all I'm going to say tonight.
Mr. Atwood.
Yeah, just, again, I always like to apologize if I ever did anything wrong. I think that's the humble route and the appropriate route to go. but I have such a hard time preparing for a meeting because I never know which direction we're gonna go. I had everything written down and it was a whirlwind. I didn't get any of my questions answered or asked. And when you get put into a situation where it's fight or flight and there's bickering and there's facial expressions, an individual can only handle so much before they say something they shouldn't. And the reason why we're going this long is not because of any individual commissioner up here. The mayor runs the meeting. I am embarrassed at how things are going. I get asked about it everywhere I go. And frankly, like I feel like it's a waste of my presidency. We're supposed to be bringing a good light to Lapeer. And everywhere I go, people who watch the meetings ask me, what is going on? City managers for huge cities are asking me what's going on. And I never have an answer. I don't know. All I can do in this situation, in every meeting, is control myself and what I do. That's what I'm trying to get better at. If I offended anyone, that's on you. That's your decision to be offended. It's not, I'm gonna always say what I feel, what I think is right. And if it's offensive, that's not how I'm trying to be. I'm trying to articulate what I mean. But when you're put into a situation where you don't feel heard, you don't feel like anybody's listening to you, you're gonna react. And so I would appreciate it if we could schedule a workshop with the Michigan Municipal League and the General Counsel, Chris Johnson, to figure this out. Because the way the mayor acts is a strong mayor, and we are a weak mayor form of government. This is not normal in any case. Chris Johnson, Mr. Johnson, has 20 years of mayoral experience. He's been the general counsel for the MML for years. He's a municipal attorney his whole career. When you can sit in that kind of presence, ask him questions, glean, learn, why would you ever pass that up? For free. That's what they do. They teach municipalities how to be more efficient, how to get along, how to run a meeting, how to know your role as an elected official. And why we haven't done that yet is beyond me. He prepared a 60-slide presentation for us, and we opted to not have that workshop.
Shame on you.
Why would you take help?
Certainly need help.
Commissioner McCarthy.
I promised I would try to talk about something positive. And Mr. Womack even teed me up. So first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you who stayed the distance. This was a long night. And I want to thank people who come week in and week out. I see all of you. I see Mindy. I see Gigi back there. I like seeing Brian. I see Timothy. I see your things. I see Ann and I see Wes. All the staff who stick through this. I want to thank you all. And everybody who's watching. It's a lot. So thank you all for that, because I like to hear your opinions. Dissenting opinions gives dialogue. The positive note, we recently had a terrible windstorm. And as my husband was driving over to the courthouse in the morning, he called me and he said, there's a tree down on Monroe Street blocking the road. And when I left just a few hours later, that tree was all cut down and moved away, like that, magic. And so sometimes when we're in the thick of it, we don't realize that our city workers really are working very hard. Maybe they miss one thing because there's something else calling them away. So I want to thank them, because during that windstorm, a lot of trees were down. This was a big tree. They got to it right away. City workers are working for you. That's it. Thank you so much for coming, and we really appreciate you being here.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yeah, Linda stole my first comment. I wanted to say welcome back, Chief Howe. We did miss you, although your replacement was nice too, so glad to have you back. Yeah, I'm not gonna address it because I'm so confident in who my God is and how I worship him and pray to him. And I know that when I vacate my seat and I come down as a person of the public, I have my First Amendment right. And I'm not ashamed, I'm not regretful. I do understand people's thoughts, but I would also know that if a Muslim or a Jew or anybody else got up during public comment time and wanted to do that, that's their First Amendment right. And I would be tolerant of that. Doesn't mean that I'd worship their God or think that they were trying to force me to worship their God. So, yeah, I won't deny him in public or private because I literally don't have breath in my lungs without him. So, and thank you, staff. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here. Mr. O'Meara, thank you for being here. You're right, it shouldn't go this way, but I'll save my opinions for those that I want to share with.
Thank you. Mr. Womack.
I had a meeting about the master plan that's going to come to the planning commission on Thursday. The Pine parking lot number 9 project's underway. The DPW department is just absolutely kicking butt on that. I deeply appreciate their work. Budget meetings, April 13th at 5:30 p.m. starting here. 4/23, second budget meeting at 5:30 starting here in this room. I had a meeting regarding the 425 agreement with Mayfield Township. Seems to be a misunderstanding between them and us, so I'm going to work on that. BRA meeting, I believe that's Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. over at the Pix Theater. Pix Theater was chosen because we're hoping and expecting a large turnout, probably including Mr. Weber. And I think Mr. Weber also brought up something regarding the Civil War, which is of course my wheelhouse. I've always found it interesting to argue with people who've never read the Articles of Secession that the southern states issued when they seceded. So I encourage everybody to go and read those Articles of Secession. I have another note here saying DPW awesome. So second, the DPW really kicked butt the last couple of weeks regarding the projects. I'm noting the time is 10:50. My staff starts at 7:30 in the morning. That means we're on hour 16 of work. I appreciate that. And of course, most of the staff will also be back at 7:30 in the morning. I have a half-hour drive from here. I'll be getting home and eating dinner at midnight, and we'll be back at 7:30 in the morning. That's all I got. Thank you. Oh, I apologize. Michigan is leading 54-45.
Yes.
Go Blue. Thank you, Mr.
That's all I got.
Womack.
Thank you.
Just have dueling phones on.
All right. Well, I want to apologize to everybody in the room and those watching and the staff for the multiple delays and distractions that we've had throughout the meeting. There has been some comments about there being a common denominator that started when my term started. I don't disagree. I will say that for my part, yes, I've never been a mayor before. There's a learning curve. It's very challenging. And while you can criticize, I challenge you to try to do better. Step up and run during the next election. I don't think that many people could endure the affronts that I have endured, albeit sloppily at times, and I take responsibility for that, and I try to learn from each of those encounters. I'm not perfect. But I also know that when there's an authority in a hierarchy of reporting to, I know that you have to learn to be cooperative and respectful and honorable to that authority. Just because you don't like what the authority is doing, or if the authority is not perfect, or it doesn't go your way, doesn't give you the right to put yourself at their level and think that you, just because you can do better, that you have the right to be disrespectful, dishonoring, unprofessional, or any of the other terms that we can put in that place. And I've had to sit under some authorities that were very inappropriate, not necessarily that I just didn't agree with them or our personalities conflicted, yeah, that too, but I was respectful to my bosses, and I was respectful to those who held a title of esteem. But I was under an authority that actually was doing something very illegal. And what they were doing was raising donation money and bringing short-term teams into the country at tens and twenties of thousands of dollars, and saying that it was for a particular ministry, and showing them people who were affected and victimized by human trafficking on a weekend, and giving the impression that they were serving them 24/7, and they weren't. They were only doing it one day a week. And all of the ministry property was in their name personally, not in the ministry name. And they had a missionary family come in from California and raise all the funds to build a house for themselves to live in. And one night, the executive of that ministry who was doing this said to me that if he didn't like how this new missionary family turned out, he'll just send them packing back to the U.S. and he gets to keep the house, and him and his family will move into it. And because the property was in his name, not the ministry's name, it would be okay. And I'm going to protect the name of that ministry, and I am also going to protect the name of the ministry I was operating under. But if anybody wants to see me privately, Mr. I don't have your last name, Kenneth. You can speak to me privately, and I'll give you the organization's name, and they will corroborate this, because it happened. It happened exactly as it was told to me, and as I tried whistleblowing. That family got sent home 3 months after I came back to the United States. And that executive moved into that home on that property and is there to this day, free, on donors' monies. And I tried getting in front of that and protecting that family. And it became a huge legal issue. And the organization that represented me and sent me there, they tried to navigate that. And my pastor at the time tried to navigate that with them as well. But it was pretty much a done deal, because that executive held the keys to my visa there. And I was pretty much running from him, and he was threatening things and all kinds of stuff. And he was a national of that country and had a lot of leverage. And so our family left that situation with the intent to come back. We were intending to come back a year later, but we came back a year early to leave that situation. And then 3 months later, everything I tried whistleblowing on came true. And the organization that tried representing me was then trying to help that family, because they were headed back to California, much like us, with nothing to their name. And abruptly, at least we were already planning, and had a little bit of a head start. And it's a shame, and my heart breaks for them, and I hope that they've made it since then. And that was the nature of my departure, Mr. Kenneth. Not what you've been told. And then you got up here again and spoke some more gossip and lies that came from people who don't know the truth because they don't want to ask. They don't want to have a relationship. They want to make assumptions, and because they don't like me, my personality, or my leadership style, which I can improve on, admittedly, it doesn't give them the right to slander. And in fact, if there's written verification of that type of slander, I would like that, because I'm still in ministry and I still work with many of those people back in those countries, and I have a working relationship with them. Slander is against the law, and if it affects your ability to do business, they could be held liable for that. So if there's written communication to that effect, I would like to see it. And we can talk after the meeting. You can point me where I can get a copy of that, because I have an attorney that would like to take a look at that. Aside from that, we've heard a lot about faith and prayer and what we can and can't say up here, and I hate to say it, but freedom of speech goes two ways. We sit up here and we listen to the public, and they have freedom of speech, and they can use scripture out of context and inappropriately, and that's their right. And commissioners and staff members have the right to prayer if they'd like, even prayer in public. Unfortunately, Matthew 6:5-6 doesn't prohibit that. It prohibits the heart of prayer being selfish and for self-praise, not that you can't pray in public. And so a believer would know that, but a non-believer wouldn't, and they should probably stay away from using scripture out of context because it just does not appear consistent with the meaning. And it's commonly misunderstood, and that's understandable. We can have grace for that. However, the comments from Mr. Brady in his closing remarks, just for clarification, Stefan, I love you, and I'm grateful for what our friendship used to be. And I have no qualms. I understood when you said that you weren't willing to put my sign in your yard and you didn't want to get in between other people you have relationships with, and it made sense. I have no hard feelings about that. I think our issue started on November 17th with your behavior in here on my very first day trying to do this, not knowing how. Could have used your help.
I called you on the phone for 3 hours and told you what you're doing was against the charter.
This is my time. I didn't interrupt.
You said my name,
though. You're right. I did. I would like to say your name because it is personal, and I do love you. I would rather say it to you personally rather than Mr. Brady, so impersonal and detached. And I'm sorry that our relationship has become detached, and I wish for it to be reconciled. I really do. And I know you called and we argued, but my line is always open to you. And yes, we didn't do a special session, and we did review that slide, and it was exact duplicate of the same class that man had facilitated a month prior that myself and Ms. McCarthy attended with hundreds of others. It's a very good session. I think that some of us that weren't in that session should go there if they're upset that the session didn't come to us personally. So for my part, I did attend it, and we did fetch answers and try to learn how to do this a little better. So I think that the public needs to understand that some of the things that are being set up here are out of context and mischaracterizing things. And you need to be careful what you're buying into because it's not all true. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of conversation to get to the bottom of that. Anyhow, it's a late night, and I hope that everybody had a great Easter weekend, and I hope that you guys are looking forward to a great week as well. And with that, motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion.
Oh, yeah.